You lie still now. Maybe you've turned off the lights. Maybe there's a low hum in the room, a fan spinning somewhere behind you. But outside your window, or far below, the calm surface of a planet you barely know, the sea doesn't rest. It never has. Close your eyes. Let the sound of the tide settle around you. Not the crashing of waves or the thunder of storms. No, this is something quieter, older, colder, something that waits. Tonight, we're not drifting into dreams. We're sinking into deep water. The kind that doesn't reflect sunlight. The kind that holds on to stories like shipwrecks cling to rust. Stories that were never meant to be told. But the ocean has a way of remembering what we try to forget. 71% of our world is water. But we've only explored about 20% of it. We've sent robots to Mars. We've launched telescopes beyond Pluto. But here at home, the seafloor remains more mysterious than the moon. A map with more blank space than truth. And maybe that's for the best, because every now and then, something comes back. A ship. A signal. A whisper. And the more we look, the more we wish we hadn't. These aren't stories of pirates or sea monsters. These are real things. Recorded, witnessed, reported in military logs, scientific journals, and forgotten files. Crews found frozen mid-step. Submarines that sent distress calls after they had already sunk. Ships that returned without passengers or with passengers no one can identify. Why does radar fail in some parts of the ocean? Why do GPS signals vanish in calm weather? Why are there lights beneath the sea in places we have no machines deep enough to reach? Why do so many ships vanish without a trace, and sometimes return without a soul aboard? We are drawn to the sea. Always have been. It calls to us with mystery, with beauty, with that ancient lullaby only the ocean sings. But what if it's not calling us in? What if it's calling something back? So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you really like what I'm doing here. And if you're still awake, drop a comment with your location and local time. I always love seeing where you're listening from. Now turn off the lights. Maybe turn on the fan for some soothing noise, and let's get started on tonight's journey together. The Titanic didn't just sink. It fractured time. It scattered theories like ice across black water. And tonight, we start right there aboard a ship too big to fail and too proud to slow down. You shuffle along the grand corridor, the air smelling faintly of polished wood and wealth. Brass railings gleam in the low electric glow. The ship hums beneath your feet, a rhythmic thrum, strong and certain. This is the RMS Titanic, and nothing bad is supposed to happen here. You pass first-class passengers wrapped in fur and arrogance. Waiters whisk silver trays through the doors of smoking lounges. Somewhere below in third class, children chase each other down steel stairwells. Music rises faintly from the ship's heart. No one knows what's coming. The year is 1912. The Titanic is the largest ship ever built. It's not just a floating palace, it's a floating promise. Progress, power, prestige. And yet within days, it will become the ocean's most famous question mark. We all know the story, or at least the version polished by Hollywood. An iceberg at night, not enough lifeboats, a freezing plunge into the Atlantic. But the deeper you dive, the stranger the wreck becomes. Let's start with the ship's speed. The Titanic received multiple warnings about icebergs. 6 separate alerts from nearby vessels crackled across the radio that day. Ice ahead. Change course. Slow down. And yet Titanic cruised forward at nearly full speed, 22.5 knots, like a locomotive daring the rails to vanish beneath it. Captain Edward Smith, one of the most experienced officers in the British maritime world, didn't seem alarmed. Was it arrogance? Was it pressure from J. Bruce, Ismay chairman of the White Star Line, who wanted headlines for an early New York arrival? Historians still debate whether Smith was complicit, careless, or simply human. And then there are the lifeboats. The ship could carry over 2,200 passengers and crew, but it had lifeboat space for only about 180, not even half. Why? The answer disturbingly lies in aesthetics. Too many lifeboats would clutter the deck and ruin the Titanic's sleek silhouette. Safety regulations hadn't caught up with ship size, and so appearance won out over survival. The first iceberg warnings came before dinner. The ship hit the iceberg at 11:40 p.m. It sank 2 hours and 40 minutes later. During those last hours, some survivors reported strange sounds in the hull, groaning metal, and eerie shudder, like the ship itself knew what was coming. One passenger claimed the floor vibrated like a cello string. But maybe the weirdest theory of all is this. What if the ship that sank wasn't the Titanic? This is the infamous switch theory. It claims that Titanic's near-identical sister ship, the RMS Olympic, was damaged in a collision the year before and swapped out in secret. According to the theory, White Star Line disguised Olympic as Titanic, then sank her deliberately in an insurance scam. Wild, right? And yet, photos taken before the voyage show minor structural differences. Survivors noted strange inconsistencies, door frames that didn't match plans, portholes in the wrong locations. Some crew members, who had previously served on Olympic, reportedly referred to the Titanic as the old girl by mistake. And those lifeboats, Olympic's exact count, the company denied everything, of course. And most historians dismiss the theory as fanciful. But every time new wreck footage surfaces, someone somewhere swears the evidence points back to a different hull, an older one, a damaged one. Truth or obsession? The ocean isn't telling. And then there's the coal fire. Hidden in the belly of the ship beneath the glamour and chandeliers was the coal bunker. And in that bunker, days before Titanic even left port, a fire had started. Not a blaze, more like a slow, stubborn smolder. Firemen tried to contain it during the voyage, shoveling furiously, but heat warped the bulkhead walls. Some metallurgists now believe this unseen blaze may have weakened the hull, making it more vulnerable to the iceberg's blow. Think about that, a fire inside, ice outside, and a ship crushed between two kinds of doom. Now imagine this. You're a passenger standing on deck after midnight. You hear the distant echo of rivets snapping below. A sailor rushes by with no explanation. You glance up at a sky scattered with stars. No moon. The ocean as black as ink. And then you feel it, a subtle tilt. The kind of lean that doesn't register in the body until you see the horizon slide sideways. People didn't panic at first. The Titanic was unsinkable. That's what the brochures said. That's what everyone believed. Then the water came in. Not like in the movies. Not all at once. It crept. Cold and slow and certain. Survivors recalled a kind of dreamlike quiet. No screaming at first. No roaring engines. Just the groan of metal and the rising sense that this wasn't supposed to happen. And then came the real horror, the lifeboats leaving half full. Orders were confused. People hesitated. Some believed the ship truly couldn't sink and didn't want to leave. Others were locked behind gates, denied access to the decks above. One sailor, Lawrence Beasley, later wrote that the ship shivered before the final break. That word sticks with you. Not snapped. Not cracked. shivered. As the ship went down, the radio operator tapped out the first SOS signal in maritime history. Nearby ships heard it, but they were too far. Too late. By morning, only wreckage floated on the surface: deck chairs, suitcases, a child's spinning top, and a silence so heavy one survivor described it as the sound of the world holding its breath. Even decades later, when explorers discovered the wreck in 1985, strange things emerged. Pieces of the ship appeared torn, not by external pressure, but from within. Bulkheads warped by heat. Rust shadows shaped like fire. A vessel that died from the inside out. So was it just a tragic accident? A cascade of bad decisions and bad luck? Or was it something more? Insurance fraud, pre-existing fire, switched ships, cursed passengers, even a mummy on board. Yes, there was a rumor that a cursed Egyptian artifact was in the cargo hold. The ocean knows. The ocean remembers. But the ocean doesn't explain. And maybe that's the worst part. Because if the Titanic, a marvel of human engineering, could sink in calm water despite all the warnings, then what else is hiding just beneath the surface? And what if it's waiting? You run your fingers along the railing again. It's cold polished and perfectly placed. Too perfect. The corridors are familiar, even if you've never walked them before. A strange déjà vu clings to everything: the curve of the staircase, the way the hallway narrows, near the second-class smoking room, the scuff marks on the tile. The ship says Titanic, but something deep in your bones disagrees. There's a theory whispered more often than shouted that the ship you just imagined sinking wasn't really the Titanic at all. That it was the RMS Olympic, her nearly identical sister. And that everything about her tragic end, from the moment she set sail, was planned. This is the Titanic switch theory. And like any good ghost story, it begins with a ship in trouble. The Olympic launched before the Titanic. She was the pride of the White Star Line's fleet and had already made multiple voyages by 1911. But in September of that year, she collided with a British naval cruiser, the HMS Hawke, off the coast of the Isle of Wight. The damage was serious. Olympic's hull was gashed near the stern. Her propeller shaft was bent. Her keel may have been compromised. She limped back to port, bruised and wounded, and the White Star Line did something odd. They didn't just repair her, they got quiet. Some insurance coverage was denied. Why? Because the accident was blamed on Olympic, not the Navy ship. Which meant White Star Line stood to lose a fortune. And suddenly, the Titanic, still under construction, took on a different sort of importance. You see, Titanic and Olympic weren't just sister ships. They were nearly twins. From a distance, and even up close, their layouts, lifeboat stations, and hull designs were nearly identical. The key word here is nearly. So here's the theory. The White Star Line couldn't afford the Olympic's repair costs. So instead, they swapped the two ships. Cosmetic changes were made. Nameplates changed. Carpet patterns updated. But the damaged Olympic became the new Titanic, and she was sent on a one-way trip across the Atlantic. One doomed to end on the seafloor, allowing White Star Line to collect a massive insurance payout on a ship already too broken to save. Crazy maybe, but let's look closer. First, there are the photographs. Some images of the ship identified as Titanic show structural anomalies, porthole arrangements that match Olympic, not Titanic. In other photos, deck details don't line up with Titanic's known blueprints. And while these discrepancies could be written off as construction changes or camera angles, they keep piling up. Then there's the behavior of the crew. Several stokers and workers who had served on Olympic were suddenly reassigned to Titanic. One of them allegedly remarked, "I know this ship. I've worked her before." Another refused to board, saying he had a bad feeling. The kind of bad feeling that makes you walk away from a dream job without explanation. Even the lifeboat situation plays into the theory. Olympic originally had fewer lifeboats than Titanic was designed to carry. And oddly enough, Titanic went to sea with exactly the same number Olympic had 20 far below what was needed for all passengers. Coincidence? Or was it too difficult to retrofit the switch without drawing attention? Now here's where things get darker. If the ship was deliberately sunk, the goal wouldn't have been mass casualty. Quite the opposite. The plan allegedly was to have another ship, the SS Californian, wait in the shipping lane, positioned to arrive quickly and rescue all passengers once Titanic made her controlled accident. But things didn't go to plan. The iceberg hit harder than expected. The distress signals weren't recognized. The Californian's radio operator had gone to sleep, and the lifeboats, woefully insufficient, could only save some. And so, what was supposed to be an elegant deception, sink the ship, save the people, cash the check, became a true tragedy. The kind history never forgets, or maybe never truly understands. Of course, mainstream historians roll their eyes at all of this. They point out real verifiable differences between the two ships. Olympic had more portholes on certain decks. Titanic had upgraded safety features. Hull numbers were different. Olympic's damage from the Hawk collision was documented and repaired. Everything they say checks out. And maybe they're right. Maybe the Titanic was exactly who she claimed to be. But conspiracy thrives in places where records blur, where testimonies contradict, where time erases the little details. And the Titanic story is full of erasure. Why did some survivors claim the interior didn't match their boarding day memories? Why were certain crewmen told to keep quiet? Why did no one ever recover photographs of the keel markings, those big iron numbers that should have proven beyond a doubt which ship sank? And then there's the people who are not aboard. Banker J.P. Morgan, who owned the White Star Line through a web of trusts, had a luxury suite booked on Titanic. He canceled last minute citing illness, but was spotted days later in France, reportedly in fine health. Several other powerful figures also backed out at the last moment. Were they just lucky? Or were they in on something? The switch theory also leaves behind a ghost. Not the one that sank, but the one that survived. If the Olympic had gone down disguised as Titanic, then what happened to the real Titanic? Some say she sailed on under the Olympic's name, living a quieter life until scrapped in the 1930s. Others believe she was broken down in secret. Or worse, that the real ship never completed construction at all. Either way, something doesn't sit right. The Titanic story doesn't close cleanly. It's a sinking with too many doors left ajar. You can still visit the wreck today, or rather, the twisted ribs of rust that remain. Submersibles have recorded eerie decay, entire sections missing. Steel peeled back like paper. One diver described the ship not as wreckage, but as a wound, a place where something important bled out and was never recovered. And down there, 2.5 miles beneath the surface, is the bow. Still recognizable, still proud, still pointed forward as if sailing into the dark. So was it the Titanic or a ghost playing a part? Either way, it's down there now. The truth sealed beneath pressure and barnacle. And maybe it doesn't matter which ship she was, because the ocean doesn't care what name you sailed under. It only remembers that you didn't come back. You stand near the bow railings, breath fogging the night air. There's no moon, just stars scattered like diamonds spilled across velvet. Below the sea is unnaturally calm, a dark pane of glass. If you didn't know better, you'd think the world had stopped moving altogether. But something's wrong. You feel it in your chest, in your teeth, in the fine hairs on your arm. It's that tension before thunder, that silence before a scream. They say the Titanic received 6 iceberg warnings the day she struck. 6. The Mesaba, the Californian, the Baltic, all of them sent messages over the wireless. Icebergs ahead, dense pack ice, change course, slow down. And yet, the Titanic kept cruising full steam ahead. The Marconi room, where the radio operators worked, was buzzing with passenger messages, wealthy travelers sending telegrams, updates, gossip, business chatter. The warnings came in, were jotted down, but didn't always reach the bridge. Some were dismissed, others filed away. Captain Smith was informed, but seemed oddly calm. After all, Titanic was unsinkable. But warnings weren't just coming from nearby ships. Some came in dreams. A young woman named Jessie was set to sail, but backed out after a nightmare she couldn't shake. In it, she saw a ship split in 2 passengers screaming as the sea swallowed them. She refused to board. Her family laughed. She stayed behind. The ship never returned. Then there's the story of William Stead, a British journalist aboard the Titanic, who had years earlier written a fictional article describing a luxury liner sinking after colliding with an iceberg. The kicker, there weren't enough lifeboats. In interviews, he had mused that such a tragedy would force reforms in maritime law. On the Titanic, he was calm, even serene during the sinking. He didn't survive. Coincidence, maybe. But the number of people who claim to have bad feelings, dreams, or sudden illness before the voyage is unnerving. A psychic in London supposedly warned a client not to travel. The sea will not welcome her. A sailor scheduled to work the crossing quit just days before. He never explained why. Historians still debate whether these are genuine premonitions or the human mind reshaping memories in hindsight. But it's hard to ignore how many people felt something was coming, and how many who dismissed those feelings never made it home. The Titanic wasn't just large, it was loud. Its engines were among the most powerful on Earth. Yet on that final night, many passengers described an eerie quiet, a softness to the air, as if the ship was gliding on something more than water. At around 11:30 p.m., just 10 minutes before impact, several passengers noticed strange phenomena. One man claimed the stars reflected oddly on the sea, as though the sky and ocean had switched places. Another reported a faint shiver running through the ship. Not vibration, not movement, a tremble, like the ship was breathing and about to exhale. And then the iceberg, Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee, stood watch in the crow's nest. They didn't have binoculars. The key to the locker had been misplaced, taken by a reassigned officer. Instead, they scanned the black ocean with bare eyes. At 11:40 p.m., Fleet saw a smudge ahead, a shadow that wasn't a wave. "Iceberg right ahead," he shouted. The bridge sprang into action. But it was too late. They tried to veer. They tried to reverse. But the Titanic was a behemoth. It couldn't pivot on a dime. The berg scraped the starboard side, tearing open 5 compartments. Titanic was designed to stay afloat with four. One too many. One thin line between legend and disaster. Here's the strange part. Many passengers didn't feel the impact. A slight lurch. A metallic noise. Some described it like a mouse brushing against a cat. Others felt nothing at all. It was the silence that followed the wrongness of the air that began to terrify. Down in the engine rooms, men shouted over the hiss of steam and the rush of freezing water. Above in the lounges, people clinked champagne and checked their watches. There was no explosion, no fire, just creeping cold. And then came the orders: lifeboats, life jackets, women and children first. But confusion reigned. The ship was listing barely at all. Many thought it a precaution, a drill. Some refused to leave. Others tried to force their way aboard. Officers fired warning shots. Some boats left only half full. Panic arrived too late. Meanwhile, down in third class, families were trapped behind locked gates. Not out of malice, just protocol. Fear that too many passengers would rush the upper decks and cause chaos. But chaos came anyway, and many never reached the stairs. And then there was the sound, not the orchestra. That's real, but romanticized. Yes, the band played. Yes, they kept playing. No one agrees what their last song was. Maybe Nearer My God to Thee, maybe something else. But they played while the deck tilted under their feet. They played while the sea swallowed the stern. No, the sound people remember most is the silence. One survivor described it as too complete. No engines, no voices, just water, wind, and stars. When the ship broke, it didn't scream. It groaned, a low, dreadful bending, like the world was cracking in two. A sound you feel in your ribs, and then darkness. The ship's final radio call was barely audible. We are sinking fast. Women and children in boats. Then static. By 2:20 a.m., Titanic was gone. But the questions weren't, why didn't the Californian come to help? It was nearby. It saw flares, but its radio operator had gone to bed. The crew mistook the signals for celebratory fireworks. They watched from a distance as hundreds died. Some say it was deliberate. Others say it was fate. And what about those strange dreams, the shivers before the impact? The second iceberg sighted in the distance that no ship ever found. Was it just misremembered trauma or something else? The ocean holds all these things, not just the wreck, but the weight of what could have been. Years later, when explorers visited the site, they reported an atmosphere, a pressure. Cameras malfunctioned. Flashlights dimmed. One diver said he felt unwelcome, as though the ship resented being disturbed. And maybe it does, because the Titanic isn't just a tragedy, it's a riddle written in steel. A floating monument to human ambition and human error. It wasn't just a ship, it was a prophecy. And the sea answered it, so next time you hear that name, Titanic, remember, it didn't just hit an iceberg, it hit the limits of certainty. It proved that no matter how advanced, how luxurious, how well planned we think we are, the sea only plays by one rule: it wins. Every time you float now farther south. The water's warmer here, but it doesn't feel safer. In fact, it feels emptier. Somewhere off the coast of Florida, the ocean shifts in its seat. Birds hesitate. Clouds vanish. The compass in your hand starts spinning lazy and slow, like it's forgotten how to behave. Welcome to the Bermuda Triangle. It's not on any official map. There's no dotted line, no border guards, no beware of mystery sign. But ask any pilot, any sailor, any old salt in a bar near the docks, and they'll tell you the same thing. There's something wrong here. Something old. Something that doesn't care about GPS. The Bermuda Triangle, roughly bounded by Miami, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the island of Bermuda, is a stretch of ocean covering about 500,000 square miles. On the surface, it looks like any other part of the Atlantic. Blue, bright, sometimes stormy. But in its history lies a ledger of vanishings so bizarre, so patternless, that even skeptics find themselves checking their instruments twice. Planes vanish mid-flight. Ships disappear without a single distress call. Wreckage is never found. Radios fall silent. Compasses point south. Time stutters. The triangle isn't a place of explosive tragedy. It's not fire and fury. It's, nothing. That's what makes it terrifying. One moment you're there, and the next you're not. No flares, no cries for help, just silence. Like the ocean swallowed you, and then smoothed the surface behind you. The legend started early. In 1492, as Christopher Columbus approached the area, he wrote in his journal about erratic compass readings and lights in the distance, a great flame of fire plunging into the sea. The compass deviation was chalked up to magnetic anomalies. The light, who knows? But it didn't stop there. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy cargo ship carrying over 300 men, vanished between Barbados and Baltimore. No SOS, no wreckage, just gone. The official report loss, likely due to unknown causes. To this day, it remains the single largest non-combat loss of life in U.S. Navy history. Fast forward to December 5th, 1945. 5 U.S. Navy Avenger torpedo bombers, Flight 19, take off from Fort Lauderdale on a routine training mission. Weather's calm, equipment functional. The pilots are experienced, but within 2 hours, things begin to fall apart. Lieutenant Charles Taylor, the flight leader, radios in. We can't find West. Everything is wrong. We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. His compass was spinning. He thought he was flying over the Florida Keys. He wasn't. The rest of the squadron followed his lead, growing more disoriented by the minute. Their last message was strange and chilling. We don't know where we are. The ocean doesn't look as it should. Then silence. A rescue plane with 13 men aboard was sent to find them. It vanished too. No bodies, no debris, just 6 aircraft and 27 people erased in perfect weather less than 100 miles from shore. Skeptics say it was pilot error, that Taylor was disoriented, that the planes likely ran out of fuel and crashed into the ocean. Maybe. But no wreckage has ever been recovered. None. Not even a life vest. It's not just military craft. Commercial airliners have vanished as well. One infamous case from 1948, a DC-3 plane flying from San Juan to Miami disappears 50 miles from landing. Radio contact was normal. The crew said they could see the lights of the Florida coast, and then nothing. There were no storms, no distress call, no signs of sabotage. 32 people aboard, never seen again. And what about ships? In 1963, the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker carrying molten sulfur, vanished near the southern edge of the triangle. 39 crew members aboard. The ship had been recently repaired. It had no history of malfunction, and it simply ceased to exist. The Coast Guard found only a single life vest. Even more unsettling is what people have seen. Sailors have reported walls of fog that appear out of nowhere and move against the wind. Pilots speak of sudden cloud tunnels, giant circular voids surrounded by rolling vapor where controls stop responding and time seems to warp. One man pilot, Bruce Jernan, claims that in 1970, he flew through such a tunnel and emerged 100 miles from where he should have been in minutes. His instruments went haywire. His plane seemed weightless. And when he landed, flight data showed missing time, about 30 minutes erased. His experience, now famous, is often called the electronic fog. Of course, science has theories, and some of them are very good. The region is prone to sudden storms, waterspouts, rogue waves. There are undersea trenches where wreckage could easily vanish without a trace. Magnetic anomalies can mess with compasses. Methane gas eruptions from the seafloor might reduce water density, causing ships to sink rapidly and without warning. All true, all plausible. But not every case fits. Some vanishings happen in perfect weather, with fully functional equipment, and with no plausible reason why communication would suddenly stop. The sheer volume of incidents in such a defined space raises questions no meteorologist or engineer has been able to fully answer. And then there's the patterns. Why do disappearances tend to cluster in specific pockets? Why do they often happen during the same months? Why do even modern vessels equipped with advanced radar sometimes report phantom readings or fail to return at all? Historians still debate whether the Bermuda Triangle is a true anomaly or just a well-publicized coincidence. After all, it's one of the most heavily traveled areas in the world. Ships and planes are bound to go missing sometimes, right? But here's the thing, numbers don't scare us. Stories do. And the stories coming out of this triangle are full of strange details. Eerie silences. Half sentences cut off mid-broadcast. Pilots who say the sky looked wrong. Water that ripples without wind. Lights that hover just beneath the surface. The triangle doesn't roar. It whispers. And when it takes something, it rarely gives it back. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the Bermuda Triangle isn't broken at all. Maybe it's a door. And some doors don't open both ways. The afternoon begins like any other. You're sitting in the cockpit sun, reflecting off the ocean radios, buzzing quietly in your headset. It's December 5th, 1945. You're a Navy pilot, part of a training squadron, flying a routine route from Fort Lauderdale into the Atlantic. You've done this before textbook patterns, time turns, landfalls. But this time, something feels off. You don't realize it yet, but in the next few hours, you and 4 other planes, call sign Flight 19, will become one of the most enduring aviation mysteries in American history. 5 Grumman TBM Avenger torpedo bombers take off just after 2 p.m. Flight leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, a seasoned pilot. The squadron includes 14 men total, all trained, all ready. Weather is fair. Visibility is good. Everything should go smoothly. The flight plan is simple. East over the Atlantic, then north, then back west. A triangular route. Ironically, it forms a rough outline of the very shape that will later define the Bermuda Triangle. The first leg goes as expected. Then as the squadron banks north and looks for Grand Bahama Island, something goes wrong. Taylor radios back. His voice sounds calm, but strained. We can't find west. Everything looks strange, even the ocean. It doesn't look like it should. Those words are recorded. The control tower tries to help. Turn west. Fly west. But Taylor hesitates. He believes they've flown too far north over the Florida Keys instead of the Bahamas. He turns the group northeast, away from land, away from safety. The trainees follow their commander. That's protocol, even if their own instruments disagree, even if their instincts are screaming. More transmissions come through. It looks like we are entering white water. My compass is gone. We don't know where we are. And finally, it looks like the transmission cuts off. It's now late afternoon. The control tower scrambles. A Martin Mariner rescue plane is dispatched to find Flight 19. It carries 13 crew members. It too vanishes. Eyewitnesses report an explosion in the distance. Some believe the rescue plane may have combusted mid-air due to a fuel leak. But no wreckage is recovered. Not from the rescue craft. Not from the 5 Avengers. They're gone, all of them. Search efforts last days. Dozens of ships, planes, helicopters comb over 200,000 square miles of ocean. The Navy is baffled. The waters are calm. The skies mostly clear. There are no signs of enemy action, no severe weather, no mechanical alerts from the planes before their radios went dead. At one point, a crewman aboard another search plane radios back. The sea looks different here, almost like glass, but the shadows are wrong. That report is logged and quietly shelved. Eventually, the Navy releases a statement, cause unknown. The incident is declared a loss. All 27 men presumed dead. But then the rumors start. Some say the planes were spotted decades later, underwater, by submersibles near the Bahamas. But the tail numbers didn't match. Others say that a radio hobbyist in Jacksonville picked up faint signals that night, hours after the official last transmission. A man's voice repeating coordinates. They didn't make sense. Even weirder, in the early 1990s, a retired air traffic controller said he heard a signal come through his home radio. 5 identical voices, repeating a flight pattern he recognized immediately. The flight plan of Flight 19. It wasn't a broadcast, he said. It was like a loop, a broken record, except it was in real time. The voices were clear, like they'd only just taken off. He turned off the radio. When he turned it back on, the signal was gone. Some believe Taylor became disoriented due to magnetic anomalies. The Bermuda Triangle is one of the few places on Earth where true north and magnetic north align, potentially confusing compasses. Others suggest weather shifted rapidly and visibility failed. The pilots panicked, but the surviving transmission logs suggest something stranger. Taylor's voice, normally steady, grows distant, delayed, as if echoing. He refers to seeing land, but describes it as strange flat islands, though there are no islands in that location. He also reports that the ocean doesn't look like it should. That phrase comes up more than once. What does it mean? Different color, texture, movement. Or maybe it wasn't the ocean that changed, but something else entirely. Over the years, theories have grown bolder. Time slips, dimensional rifts, underwater anomalies, electromagnetic disturbances. Some suggest the planes crossed into a kind of atmospheric echo, a pocket in which time flows differently, a ripple that pulled them out of step with the world. A Navy technician who reviewed the original tapes said one thing always bothered him: the signal delay. That shouldn't happen over those distances. But Taylor's last words sounded like they came through something, like they were bouncing. Then there's the matter of the training. Taylor was an excellent pilot, but he was unfamiliar with the area. He had just transferred in. His compass reportedly failed, yes, but so did the others. All 5. And why did the group obey him when their instruments told a different story? Was it loyalty? Or was something interfering with all their equipment at once? The idea of electronic fog has gained traction. Localized clouds with strange properties. Pilots describe it as a white mist that clings to aircraft, causes instruments to spin or blank, and then disappears. Some claim Flight 19 encountered such a fog that they entered something and never came out. And if you think that's far-fetched, remember, in 1978, a Cessna flying over the Triangle reported a massive tunnel of light and mist. The pilot turned back. He lived. Others weren't so lucky. No one's ever found the planes. Parts have surfaced, sure, but they don't match the serial numbers from Flight 19. They're from other crashes, other wrecks. As if the ocean keeps tossing back red herrings while hiding the real prize. And maybe that's all this is, a riddle with no answer. An echo of 5 planes still flying above the waves, caught in a loop that never ends. One investigator who spent 20 years trying to crack the Flight 19 case finally stopped. When asked why, he said, "Because the more you dig, the more the ocean closes around you. And eventually, it stops giving anything back. So tonight, if you hear a low rumble above the sea, look up. If you see 5 black shapes flying in formation, their engines eerily quiet, their lights too dim, don't wave, don't listen. Just keep your head down, keep sailing west, and don't look back. Because some flights never land, and some voices were never meant to reach shore." You wake up in a bunk that doesn't move. That's the first thing you notice. The ship should be rocking gently, the hum of the engines a constant lullaby under your spine. But this morning, nothing. No vibration, no shift in weight, just silence. You pull on your boots. The air is too still, too quiet. You step outside, onto the deck. And the sea is calm, perfectly calm, like glass, like it's pretending. But no one else is on deck. No footsteps, no voices. The ship is a steel cathedral now, wholly haunted and hollow. This is how the USS Cyclops must have felt in her final hours, if there were hours at all. March 1918. World War I. Still raging. The Cyclops, a massive U.S. Navy collier, is en route from Barbados to Baltimore, loaded with 10,000 tons of manganese ore used for steel production. The ship is 540 feet long, crewed by 306 souls. She's not just big, she's reliable. She had crossed the Atlantic before. She's not in battle. She's in friendly waters. And then, she's gone. No radio call. No distress flares. No debris, no survivors. One day, she's steaming north past the Caribbean. The next, she's erased, as if she'd passed through a door and someone shut it behind her. To this day, the Cyclops' disappearance remains the single largest non-combat loss of life in U.S. Navy history, and perhaps the most complete. How does a ship that big just vanish? The official inquiry had no answers. It suggested structural failure. Maybe the heavy ore shifted. Maybe the ship cracked open and went down fast. But this wasn't a poorly made barge. This was a state-operated naval vessel, and the weather wasn't bad. Besides, where's the wreckage? Not a splinter. Not a life ring. Not even a hat. The Atlantic never burped her back up. But it's not just the loss. It's the details that follow her like shadows. Her captain, George Worley, was a curious figure. Originally, German-born Johann Friedrich Wichmann, he had changed his name, his allegiances, and some believe his loyalties. He was known for being erratic and had even marched sailors around the deck at gunpoint. Some crew members reportedly feared him. Others avoided him entirely. One theory suggests sabotage, that Worley had sympathies with Germany and diverted the ship to enemy waters. But that doesn't explain the lack of communication or how he would have evaded every Allied detection system for the rest of his life. Another theory: the Cyclops wasn't built to handle the manganese ore she carried. The cargo may have compacted and caused the hull to buckle. If so, she could have sunk in minutes. But even then, no signals, no debris. Others whisper of magnetic storms, rogue waves, or something else, a force beneath the ocean that doesn't like to be watched. The Cyclops wasn't the only ship of her kind. She had two sister ships, the Proteus and the Nereus. Both disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle, both carrying heavy ore, both without sending a single distress signal. That's 3 U.S. Navy ships, same design, same mission profile, all gone without a trace. You could call it coincidence. But if you heard that in a storybook, you'd call it a curse. In 1941, the Proteus left St. Thomas, bound for Nova Scotia. She never arrived. The Nereus departed a few months later, same route, same fate. No wreckage, no radio messages, not even an oil slick. The Navy quietly moved on. Wartime bureaucracy had other things to worry about. But sailors remembered and whispered, "The triangle eats metal," they said, especially when it's shaped like that. And yet, the ships kept coming. In 1950, a freighter called the Sandra left Savannah, Georgia, bound for Puerto Rico. She carried pesticides, building materials, and 28 crew members. She never arrived. Again, no storm, no pirate threat, no signal. She simply disappeared from the shipping lanes like she'd fallen through a crack in the ocean. And then there was the Gloria Colette. She was found adrift, sails torn, no one aboard, meals half-eaten, pipes still warm, personal effects untouched. The crew gone, not dead gone. A ghost ship, drifting in perfect weather, with no log to explain anything. The Coast Guard towed her back. Investigators combed through every inch. Nothing. The lifeboats were still aboard. So if the crew abandoned ship, where did they go? Why? And why leave without their boots? Some theorize mass hallucination. That food spoilage or gas leaks caused shared disorientation. But if that's true, why no struggle? Why no attempt to communicate? Why no bodies? Other cases follow the same script. A ship sails into the triangle. Hours, sometimes days later, it's spotted drifting. No crew, no signs of panic, just silence, like something opened the door and took them. And then there are the rumors, whispers among coast watchers and retired captains. That sonar scans in the triangle sometimes return images that don't make sense. That radar picks up shapes that blink out when approached. That emergency beacons, when they do activate, sometimes transmit coordinates that don't exist. In 1973, a Cuban fishing trawler sent a distress call with an impossible bearing 14 degrees northwest of nowhere. When rescue arrived, they found only netting. The ship's transponder was still active, blinking underwater, 600 feet deep. No hull, no wreck, just that pulsing dot, and yet no one closed the triangle. No warning signs went up. Commerce moved on. The sea doesn't stop just because people vanish, but ask the right sailor in the right bar, and he'll lean in close and tell you something like this. It's not just the triangle that's the problem. It's the silence. The sea doesn't always scream when it takes something. Sometimes it just stops responding. That's the worst part, not the violence, not the splash or the explosion. The quiet, the sudden lack of motion in a place that should always be moving. Like a breath held too long, like a blink that never finishes. The Navy doesn't talk about the Cyclops anymore. She's a footnote now, a ghost file. But in maritime folklore, she's still drifting. Some believe she's out there reappearing on foggy nights, that her shape appears on radar, then vanishes before visual contact, that her deck lights still flicker in the distance, luring other ships towards something ancient and waiting. A phantom beacon, a trap made of steel and memory. So if you ever find yourself sailing in the Atlantic and your instruments go quiet and the ocean looks too flat and the air hums like it's remembering something, look once then look away. And if a giant black hull appears in the mist ahead of you, cutting through the water without a sound, do not follow, because some ships vanish and some never stopped sailing. You're flying steady, leveled out at 10,000 feet. The sea below is a blue mirror, the sky a watercolor. You check your instruments. They hum with quiet confidence. Fuel looks good. Course is clear. But then the air changes. You feel it before you see it. A low pulse in your teeth like the sky is holding its breath. And then there it is, a wall of cloud shaped like a tunnel. You don't fly around it. You don't even really decide. It's just suddenly there, and you're in it. This is what pilot Bruce Gernon described in 1970. He was flying from Andros Island in the Bahamas to Florida, a trip he'd made dozens of times. But this time was different. He entered what he would later call an electronic fog. At first, it was just a strange, lenticular cloud ahead. Then it surrounded the plane, cylindrical, almost perfect in shape. As he passed through it, Gernon noticed flashes of light like static electricity. His instruments began to spin, radar faded, and the horizon vanished. He should have taken 75 minutes to reach Miami. He made it in 47. When he landed, radar towers were confused. His plane hadn't appeared on any screen for a full 30 minutes, despite flying through monitored airspace. 30 minutes, gone, not delayed missing. He hadn't sped up. He hadn't changed altitude. But somehow time didn't behave the way it was supposed to. And Bruce Gernon wasn't the only one. Over the decades, more than a dozen pilots have described similar experiences in or near the Bermuda Triangle. Some report shimmering clouds. Others describe sudden vortex-like phenomena, tubes of white mist spinning slowly in the sky, swallowing planes whole. A few say their radios and clocks froze. Others say their GPS turned into a maze, mapping routes that didn't make sense. One British commercial pilot flying over the Caribbean reported that for 10 minutes, the ocean below him looked like molten silver, and that his co-pilot's watch ran backward during the encounter. And this isn't just airborne. Sailors, too, report time skips, minutes or hours gone from clocks, logbooks, misaligned stars in the wrong places. One ship's navigator swore the sky above the triangle changed constellation stars out of season Orion where it shouldn't be. His charts were dismissed. His ship never returned. So what's happening? Let's talk theories. Theory 1, electronic fog. This is the most popular among pilots. A rare meteorological condition, dense ionized air, that clings to aircraft or ships interfering with electrical systems. It can create static discharges, confuse compasses, distort radar. Essentially, it's like sailing inside a malfunctioning television screen. But here's the thing, fog doesn't make time bend. It doesn't shorten distances. It doesn't wipe black box data clean. It might explain the electronics, but it doesn't explain the hours that vanish like a dream. Theory 2, magnetic anomalies. The Bermuda Triangle sits near one of the few places on Earth where magnetic north and true north align. Some scientists believe this causes compass deviation, but pilots are trained for that. They adjust. The instruments account for it. And besides alignment, doesn't explain fog tunnels pulsing light or sonar distortion. Theory 3, time slips. Now we step into the weird. Some physicists cautiously and off the record suggest that under certain high-energy conditions, say intense electromagnetic activity combined with weather anomalies, it's possible that localized rifts in space-time might occur. In plain terms, tiny tears in the world. Temporary windows that open and close in the fabric of reality. And the Bermuda Triangle. It might be one of the places thin enough to slip through. In 1995, a shipping container appeared on the beach in Eleuthera Island. It was badly rusted, barnacle-covered, and sealed. Inside supplies dated from 1942, canned goods oil drums, sealed Navy medical kits, all in near-perfect condition. No shipwreck in the area, no records of it being lost. Just there. And in 2001, a fisherman off the coast of Florida reported seeing a schooner drifting at dusk. He said it looked antique wooden, with ragged sails, but strangely intact. He tried to radio, but got no reply. He circled back, and the ship was gone. In its place, nothing but water. No wake, no debris. Like it had been there for only one moment, or perhaps for 80 years. Some believe these are examples of temporal displacement, objects and people falling out of their own time, even briefly. That's the unnerving part, because it means some of the ships that vanish might not be destroyed. They might still be sailing, just somewhere else. Now consider this: certain aircraft that vanished over the triangle were later found in wreckage miles away from their intended path, with no fuel, no passengers, and no explanation. In 1997, a Cessna was found in the Everglades, scorched by the sun, the metal warped. It had gone missing 15 years earlier. Its black box had no last transmission. The last log entry was dated the day after the crash was supposed to have happened. And stranger still, the ink was fresh. Even weirder, there are people who claim to have seen things from the triangle, things that shouldn't exist. One man said he saw a plane pass overhead that looked like a ghost of a B-24 Liberator, except it was transparent, shimmering, silent. Another swears he saw a cruise ship out on the water, but when he signaled, the lights blinked out, just gone. No wake, no sound. Skeptics say this is memory error, that people see what they want to see, but too many reports across too many decades, all saying the same thing. The sky opens, the air pulses, the world blinks, and time doesn't come back the way it left. We want the world to behave, to follow rules, gravity, velocity, clock hands ticking in one direction. But places like the Bermuda Triangle remind us that maybe, just maybe, we've misunderstood the edges of the map. Maybe time doesn't flow like a river. Maybe it spirals. And if it spirals, sometimes it loops. Sometimes it tangles. Sometimes it swallows you whole, and you don't even feel it happen. So next time you fly over the sea and you see a cloud shaped like a tunnel, and your compass twitches, and your radio pops with static, you might be entering one of the places where the rules go soft, where memory echoes before it arrives, where time forgets to carry you with it. And if you come out the other side and find yourself home again, just count your minutes. Make sure they match your clock, because not everyone gets theirs back. You're in a lab now. The ocean is distant. A satellite feed, a sonar readout, a clipboard full of possibilities. No fog here, no disappearing ships, just science, order, rationality. And yet, something still doesn't add up. The Bermuda Triangle has claimed ships, planes, and stories for over a century. We've listened to the accounts, traced the disappearances, plotted the last radio calls, and still we have no answer. So we turn reluctantly to theory, the kind you can write in a textbook. Let's begin with the simplest weather. The triangle sits in a turbulent corner of the world. Warm water meets cold fronts. Storms form fast. Hurricanes, squalls, rogue waves. Some of the disappearances can be chalked up to sudden shifts in weather. A sky that goes black in minutes. A wind that turns sideways. It's true. Many disasters have a weather report attached. The Marine Sulphur Queen, for example, was last seen near the Florida Straits, an area notorious for sudden tempests. Some speculate she broke apart in rough seas and sank before a distress call could be sent. It's possible, but it doesn't explain the lack of wreckage or the fact that her last message was routine. And it certainly doesn't explain the planes. Next theory, human error. Pilots make mistakes. Compasses can be misread. Coordinates written wrong. One missed turn over open water and you're hundreds of miles from help before you even know you're lost. This may be true in some cases, but in others, like Flight 19, it doesn't hold up. Experienced pilots, clear skies, rehearsed routes, multiple aircraft losing orientation simultaneously. That's more than an oops. That's a system-wide failure, or interference. Which brings us to the third theory, magnetism. The Earth's magnetic field isn't consistent everywhere, and the Bermuda Triangle sits near a place where true north and magnetic north align. That's rare. Navigational instruments can drift. Compasses wobble. Course corrections go sideways. This isn't speculation, it's fact. Ships and aircraft approaching the triangle have reported instrument interference for decades, but magnetic deviation causes confusion, not complete disappearance. It doesn't make black boxes fail. It doesn't vaporize aircraft. And it doesn't explain why the rescue planes go missing too. So scientists dig deeper. And they find something else, methane hydrates. Beneath the seafloor, trapped in the sediment, are frozen methane gas pockets. If released, say by a tectonic shift or underwater landslide, they can erupt in vast bubbles, rapidly reducing the water's density. If a large enough pocket bursts, a ship could literally sink without resistance sucked down as the ocean becomes briefly, fatally less buoyant. It's a fascinating theory. In 2003, researchers simulated such events in tanks and observed model ships vanish within seconds. No tilt, no warning, just gone. And some sonar data does support the idea of methane disturbances in the triangle. But there's a problem. Planes don't fly on water, and yet planes disappear too. So we keep looking. Could it be rogue waves? Enormous spontaneous swells, once thought myth, have now been verified by satellite and buoys. Some can reach 100 feet high and appear out of nowhere. A wave like that could flip a ship or smash a hull in a heartbeat. Maybe some vessels were hit before they could signal distress. Maybe the ocean swallowed them in a single blink. Again, possible. But it's not a full answer. It's a tool in the toolbox, not the full picture. Theory 5, Atlantis. Yes, really. Some believe the triangle's anomalies stem from remnants of ancient technology devices from a long-lost civilization sunk beneath the Atlantic. Think power crystals, gravitational engines, pulse generators, forgotten tools of a world that once was. Plato described Atlantis as an advanced island nation that vanished beneath the waves. He placed it just beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. That's a long way from the Caribbean shore, but the legend has expanded. People have searched for Atlantis everywhere off the coast of Spain, in the Aegean Sea, near Cuba. And yes, even within the Bermuda Triangle. In 2001, a Canadian expedition claimed to discover symmetrical stone formations off the coast of Cuba, over 2,000 feet deep. Some said they resembled city structures, paved roads, steps rectangles. Others dismissed them as natural rock patterns. So far, nothing definitive has been found. But what if Atlantis wasn't a city, but a signal? What if something ancient, intelligent, and broken still pulses from the seafloor, interfering with electronics, causing disruptions, echoing across centuries? A long-lost transmitter slowly dying and dragging anything that listens too closely down with it. Or maybe it's not technology at all. Theory 6: dimensional rifts. Now we're leaning into the speculative. Some physicists suggest that under extreme gravitational or electromagnetic stress, space-time can fold. Briefly, locally. Think of it like wrinkling a sheet. Two distant points suddenly touch, and anything caught in that fold might end up somewhere else, gone from here, not dead, just misplaced. Bruce Jernan believed he flew through a temporal distortion. He lost time and distance and came out where he shouldn't be. Other pilots have similar stories. Time skips, clock loops, delayed radio echoes. If the triangle is a place where the world is thin, then maybe some ships aren't wrecked. Maybe they're still sailing, just not in our timeline. One researcher called it maritime déjà vu. Ships that reappear for minutes or seconds, then blink away. Like ghosts, or echoes, or travelers passing through something we don't yet understand. And then there's the ocean itself. What if it's not about storms, or gas, or magnetism? What if it's the sea? What if it's alive, not in the way we understand, but in the way a forest is alive? In the way a memory is alive. A system, a pulse, an intelligence scattered across waves and trenches. Not hostile, just curious, selective, hungry. There are reports, unofficial of course, of radar images that seem to respond. Not reflect, not bounce, but move toward the ping. Like something below is listening. Like something below is mapping us. The final theory is the simplest. We don't know. We pretend we do. We build models. We stack charts. But at the heart of the Bermuda Triangle is still a hole, a perfect silent hole, where logic fails and patterns dissolve. The truth might be a little of everything. Weather, weak holes, bad luck. Or it might be something stranger, something we can't yet name. Because we didn't build this planet, we just inherited it. And the sea, she doesn't answer questions, she just takes. So next time you hear someone say, the Bermuda Triangle is just a myth, smile, and ask them this: if it's just a myth, why do the disappearances still happen? And why, after all this time, do we still have no proof of what took them? Maybe we're not supposed to. You hear the buzz of the engine. You check your flight plan. Everything's fine. Everything's routine. Then a light flickers on the dash, a faint static crackles in your headset, and the clouds outside the window seem just a little too still, and then nothing. No descent, no crash, no fire in the sky, just absence. That's the kind of quiet the ocean leaves behind when it decides to take something. And that's exactly what happened twice in two separate modern cases that defy all logic. Let's start with the Marine Sulphur Queen. She was no antique schooner or ghost ship. This was a modern tanker, 524 feet long, reinforced steel designed to haul molten sulfur across oceans. She had made several successful trips through the Gulf of Mexico and into the Atlantic. On February 2nd, 1963, she left the port of Beaumont, Texas, heading toward Norfolk, Virginia, with 15,000 tons of sulfur in her belly and a crew of 39 men. The weather was calm. The crew experienced. The route familiar. 2 days later, she radioed a position update, and then she disappeared. No distress call, no flares, no messages. When the ship failed to arrive, the Coast Guard launched one of the largest search and rescue operations of the decade. They scoured over 300,000 square miles of open ocean. They found fragments, bits of debris, life preservers, oil drums, but no ship, no bodies, no answers. And the debris they did find, too little to suggest an explosion, too far spread to confirm a clear sink site. What's chilling is how sudden it must have been. Tankers like the Sulphur Queen are built to take a beating. Even in rough seas, they don't go down easily. But this one did, in perfect weather. Some theorists point to structural weaknesses. She had undergone modifications to carry molten sulfur, and there were concerns about the hull's ability to handle thermal expansion. It's possible that heat warped the ship's frame, creating cracks, which then led to a catastrophic failure. Possible, but again, no distress signal. The radio equipment was modern. It was functional. Why didn't anyone call for help? Crew members' families were told the ship likely sank due to an internal explosion or a sudden breakup. But official records? Vague, cautious, almost evasive. And then there's the sulfur. In its molten state, it's volatile, yes, but not explosive. If anything, it leaves a mess. If the cargo ignited or spilled, it should have left residue, a slick on the surface. But the ocean was clean. Some believe the ship may have passed through one of the Bermuda Triangle's infamous anomalies. A methane bubble from the seabed, a rogue wave, or something stranger, a shift in time, a wrinkle in location. In interviews, Coast Guard personnel described the ship's final known position as normal. But a technician involved in sonar sweeps later admitted that one of their scanners picked up something large but hollow, far deeper than it should have been. The object vanished hours later. That report never made it to the press. One family member of a lost crewman said, "It's like they all got up and walked off the ship, like they were erased." Now let's shift to the skies. December 28, 1948. Flight NC White 1602, a Douglas DC-3 airliner, departs San Juan, Puerto Rico, bound for Miami, Florida. It's a common route, a clear night, and 32 souls on board, including pilot Captain Robert Lindquist, a seasoned flyer with a solid reputation. Radio check-ins proceed as expected. At 4:13 a.m., the plane is roughly 50 miles from Miami. The crew radios in one final message, ETA 420, all is well. And that's the last anyone hears from Flight NC 1602. It never lands. It never sends another signal. And it's never found. This isn't the 1800s. This is the post-war era. A major commercial flight simply ceases to exist. Search planes are dispatched immediately. The weather is still calm. No storms, no turbulence, no reports of engine trouble. The last radio contact is clear and calm, but there's nothing in the skies and nothing in the water. No oil slick, no seat cushions, not even a torn-up logbook. Just silence. Investigators dig into possible causes. Fuel miscalculation. The plane had enough to reach Miami, and then some. Pilot error. Lindquist was experienced. and nothing in the final communication suggested confusion. Sabotage possible. But there were no threats, no evidence, and no explosive residue ever found because there was nothing to examine. One curious detail earlier in the flight, there had been some minor electrical trouble. A few battery issues. The plane had switched off its automatic direction finder. But again, this was routine, not alarming. The crew handled it. Still, some researchers believe those electrical failures might be a clue. Many disappearances in the triangle involve sudden radio silence, total loss of instrumentation, or directional confusion. Could the plane have been pulled into one of those strange electromagnetic pockets, a place where signals don't work, where time doesn't track? There were unofficial reports later discredited by the FAA of a ham radio operator picking up part of a garbled transmission that night. Something about losing altitude and seeing lights in the water. The message was never confirmed, and the tape conveniently disappeared. And then there's this. In 2008, a fisherman in the Florida Keys recovered a fragment of aluminum from his nets. It had a serial number etched along one side. When matched to FAA records, it appeared to come from a DC-3 aircraft built in 1946. Not definitive, but close. The location of the find, near the last known coordinates of NC 16002. The sea doesn't always forget, but it rarely forgives. And in both of these cases, the Marine Sulphur Queen and Flight NC 16002, the stories remain unfinished. The endings are blank pages. No cries for help. No survivors. No wreckage worth naming. Just silence and static. As if something had leaned close and whispered, "No one will believe this anyway." Some say we've over-romanticized these disappearances, that we crave mystery, so we invent it. But when 39 men vanish off a fully functional tanker, when a commercial plane disappears 20 minutes from landing, when nothing returns but rumors, that's not storytelling, that's a pattern. So next time you fly over warm water and see the sea stretching below like a sheet of silk, remember these two ghosts, one ship of fire, one plane of air, both vanished, both erased, and both may be still moving just on the other side of the signal. The water in Pearl Harbor is warm and blue, almost too peaceful. It laps gently against the marble edges of the memorial, where tourists murmur in low voices and American flags ripple on soft winds. But if you lean over the railing and look down, you'll see her, the USS Arizona still resting where she died, her bones spread across the seafloor like the ribs of a whale. But this isn't just a wreck. This is a tomb. And for some, it's something more than that. Something watching. Something remembering. December 7th, 1941. Just after 7:55 a.m., Japanese aircraft thundered over Oahu, unleashing a surprise attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor. It was supposed to be just another morning. Coffee in the mess hall. Letters half written on bunks. The smell of salt and cigarettes. The Arizona was docked peacefully with over 1,500 crew aboard. She wasn't the newest battleship in the fleet, but she was one of the proudest. She had stood for strength, permanence, an American symbol floating in calm Hawaiian waters. And then, at 8:06 a.m., a 1,760-pound armor-piercing bomb struck near her forward magazines. The result wasn't just an explosion, it was annihilation. The blast ripped through the ship like thunder trapped in a steel drum. The Arizona lifted out of the water. Her hull cracked. Her bow shattered. Hundreds of men died instantly, some vaporized. The ship sank in 9 minutes. Only a handful escaped. Most never had a chance to run over 900 men still rest inside her. Entombed in the silence of the harbor, their names etched in marble, their stories frozen in time. But not everything went still. The Arizona became the one ship that was never raised, never repaired. She wasn't decommissioned. She was consecrated, left where she fell. A monument not just of loss, but of mystery. Divers who explored her wreck in the years that followed spoke of strange sensations. Some reported a pressure on their chest not from the depth, but from the air itself. Others described malfunctioning equipment cameras that wouldn't record gauges that spun for no reason. One diver, a naval officer who requested anonymity, claimed he heard footsteps echoing through the flooded hallways. "I was the only one down there," he said. "But I swear to God, someone was walking above me. Steel on steel. Slow. Measured. And then there were the whispers. Not all divers speak of them, but the ones who do mention low voices, barely audible, always just behind them. Sometimes speaking, sometimes weeping. Paranormal fiction, maybe, but not to the guards who refuse to take overnight shifts at the Arizona Memorial, or the maintenance staff who report the faint smell of smoke wafting through the site on clear, windless mornings, or the tour guides who say guests occasionally fall silent mid-tour for no reason all at once. Some believe that the ship holds not just memory, but presence, that when a place becomes a grave for so many, so suddenly it gains a kind of gravity, pulling not just attention, but emotion. One Navy chaplain once said, "The Arizona is alive. It breathes sorrow." Even stranger are the sealed compartments areas of the ship, completely closed off, untouched since the moment of impact. Nobody knows exactly what lies within them. Some say machinery. Others believe tables are still set for breakfast, that shoes lie waiting by bunks, that letters remain sealed in footlockers never sent. Navy officials, out of respect, have left these compartments untouched. But some divers have reported anomalies when approaching them, malfunctions in pressure sensors, sudden fogging of faceplates, even sharp drops in temperature. The ocean around the Arizona is warm, but not there. And then there's the oil. For over 80 years, the Arizona has continued to bleed. A thin slick rises from her everyday droplet by droplet. Locals call it her black tears. Scientists estimate the ship may continue leaking oil for another century, but many believe something else, that the oil will only stop when the last survivor dies, that as long as one heart remembers, the ship will keep crying. It's poetic, it's eerie, it's almost too perfect, and yet so far it's been true. Each time a survivor passes one who served on board or lost a brother there, the slick grows thinner, slower. As of now, there are only a handful left. The Navy offers those survivors something unique. If they choose, their ashes can be interred inside the Arizona. Divers escort the urn to a compartment. It is placed quietly, respectfully, as if the ship has opened her arms to welcome another one home. Witnesses to these ceremonies describe the water stilling, the air softening, as if the ship knows, and she probably does. One final story. In the early 2000s, a tourist snapped a photo of the memorial interior. When the film was developed, a faint silhouette appeared standing among the names on the marble wall. The figure wore a Navy uniform. No one had been standing there at the time. People say the Arizona is haunted, but maybe that's not the right word. Maybe she isn't haunted. Maybe she's guarded by the ones who never left, by those who remember what happened at 8:06 a.m. and who will never let us forget. So when you walk that white memorial suspended over the wreckage below, and you hear the water lap at the steel, and the sunlight catches just right on the waves. Look closer. You might see a bubble rise. You might see an oil slick shimmer, like ink across the water's skin. And if you feel the urge to salute, even though you're standing alone, that's okay. Someone might be saluting you back. Because some ships were built to fight, some were built to carry men home, and some, like the Arizona, were built to remember forever. You're back on the deck, now just before the sky turns black. Sailors move about, sipping coffee, scrubbing down equipment, writing to sweethearts on wrinkled stationery. It's an ordinary morning, which makes what happens next feel even more unreal. Because ordinary mornings are the perfect place to hide a catastrophe. And that's what some believe Pearl Harbor really was not just a surprise attack, but a sacrifice. History tells us the attack was unprovoked, that it caught everyone by surprise, that Japan struck without warning and pulled America into World War II in a single morning of fire, smoke, and chaos. But whispers tell a different story. They suggest the United States knew something was coming. Maybe not the exact time or place, but close enough. Close enough to prepare. Close enough to evacuate. Close enough to avoid catastrophe. And yet no action was taken. So we ask, was the Arizona left in place on purpose? Let's start with what we know. In the days and weeks leading up to December 7th, 1941, American intelligence had intercepted multiple Japanese communications. Military traffic had increased. Ambassadors were acting strangely. Consulates in Hawaii were sending back detailed reports of ship placements describing the exact location of the Arizona docked in Battleship Row. President Roosevelt had already placed an embargo on Japan. Tensions were boiling. War felt inevitable. So why then was the Pacific Fleet concentrated in one spot? Why were battleships packed together like dominoes? Why was radar left undertested? And why, at 7:02 a.m. on the morning of the attack, did operators at the Oahu radar station see a large incoming formation and get told to ignore it? The official answer: a group of American B-17s was due from the mainland. Training exercises. Nothing to worry about. Except the planes coming in weren't B-17s. They were Japanese bombers. And 40 minutes later, they rained hell on Pearl Harbor. The Arizona took her fatal hit just after 8:06 a.m. She exploded with such force that nearby ships were damaged by the shockwave. The fireball reached hundreds of feet into the air. Men who had been below deck never stood a chance. Steel bent inward. Gunpowder cooked off in seconds, but the timing raises eyebrows. The ship had recently completed a dry dock inspection. Her forward magazine, the very spot that exploded, was restocked. Some engineers had questioned the safety of the loading process, but records are vague, details missing. Some even claimed the munitions were stacked hastily, an unusual choice for peacetime harbor docking. Then there's the ship's position. The Arizona was moored outboard on the edge, making her an easy target. No protective barrier, no defensive netting. Her anti-aircraft guns were partially unmanned during the initial strike due to Sunday inspections. Her boilers were warming up, but she had limited mobility. In other words, she couldn't run. She couldn't fight. She couldn't hide. It was like she had been parked for destruction. And then there's the oil. The Arizona was one of the few ships fully fueled that morning, over 1.5 million gallons. When the bomb hit, all that oil ignited or leaked into the harbor, feeding a fire that lasted for days. Some say she was loaded deliberately, overfilled, more than necessary for a ship not scheduled to leave port. Why? Because explosions look bigger when there's more to burn. Because sacrifice, if it's meant to send a message, needs spectacle. Then there's the aftermath. Pearl Harbor galvanized a nation. Within hours of the attack, Roosevelt had what he needed: public support for war. Isolationist sentiment evaporated. Recruitment offices were flooded. Factories went into wartime production. The United States entered World War II in courses. Not just as a participant, but with purpose. It's no wonder some believe the cost, the Arizona, and the men aboard her was accepted long before the first plane dropped its payload. There are declassified memos now buried for decades that show warnings were issued from multiple intelligence sources. Naval officers in Washington voiced concern. Even British codebreakers had signaled increased Japanese chatter. Something was coming. So why weren't the ships scattered? Why weren't battle stations manned? Why wasn't radar taken seriously? It's not that the Navy was asleep. It's that someone may have told them to keep their eyes half open, to let the first blow land so the second one could be returned tenfold. But it goes deeper. Conspiracy theorists point to specific individuals, high-level Navy brass, who were mysteriously off base that morning. Officers who'd been reassigned days earlier. Communications officers who failed to relay key warnings in time. Coincidence maybe, but too many empty chairs at the table always raise suspicion. Then there's the strange behavior around the Arizona's wreck. Why seal certain compartments? Why censor specific diver reports? Why classify technical details about the blast pattern? In one private journal found decades later, a maintenance officer wrote, "There were areas we were told never to open, not because of structure, because of what we might find. No explanation, just orders." And if that doesn't chill your spine, this might. In the 1970s, a group of sonar researchers captured strange acoustic anomalies near the ship's resting place. Pulses, rhythms, not mechanical, more like voices, but too deep, too warped by water. The tapes were reviewed, then destroyed. The Navy said the sounds were likely interference. Of course they were. Some locals believe the Arizona didn't just become a grave, it became a warning, a symbol meant to burn into memory. That's why it was never raised. Why she bleeds oil still. Why the water above her ripples on windless days. Because something about her death was too perfect, too complete, like a ritual, like a decision. Of course, none of this is proven. It's speculation, pattern seeking in the ashes of tragedy. And yet the questions remain. So when you visit the memorial and look down into the water, remember this: the Arizona didn't just die, she was chosen. Maybe not by name, maybe not by the men aboard, but by something bigger. A nation that needed a reason, a sea that demanded an offering, and a silence that still hasn't been explained. You'd think once would be enough. Once was tragedy. Once was a lesson. Once was a warning carved in ice and steel. But history doesn't just repeat itself. It sometimes accelerates. And so we come to the HMHS Britannic, the younger sister of the Titanic. She was bigger. She was faster. She was stronger. She was the ship that shouldn't sink, especially after the world had already watched her twin do just that. But the ocean doesn't care about corrections. And the sea, as always, had its own plans. Let's start at the beginning. The Britannic was the third and final ship in the Olympic-class trio built by the White Star Line. Her older sister, the Olympic, had served successfully for decades. Her middle sister, the Titanic, had become the most infamous wreck in maritime history. So Britannic was built to be better, safer. Lessons were learned. Her hull was reinforced. She had more lifeboats. Her watertight compartments were upgraded. She was the ship that would redeem the family name. But then came World War I, and the Britannic never got her grand civilian debut. Instead of luxury cruises across the Atlantic, she was painted white with large red crosses and green stripes converted into a hospital ship. Her name was changed from RMS to HMHS, His Majesty's Hospital Ship. She sailed not with chandeliers, but with stretchers. Instead of music halls, she carried morphine. She was no longer a palace at sea. She was a mercy ship, a healer. But mercy doesn't always save you. On the morning of November 21st, 1916, the Britannic was sailing through the Key Channel in the Aegean Sea just south of Greece. The sun had risen. The sea was calm. Nurses were preparing breakfast. Doctors were reviewing charts. And then, without warning, the hull shuddered. An explosion, low, muffled, deep in her belly. No one saw a torpedo. No enemy vessel nearby. The official record would later blame a German mine, but many on board felt something more. Some survivors claimed they heard two explosions, one after another. Some said the sound came not from outside the ship, but from within. Either way, the result was catastrophic. The Britannic began to list immediately. Compartments flooded fast. And despite all the upgrades, despite everything learned from Titanic, she began to sink, faster than her doomed sister. 55 minutes after the explosion, she was gone. The Titanic took almost 3 hours. How does a ship designed specifically to not be the Titanic sink twice as fast? That's the mystery. Some blame open portholes. Because the Britannic was serving as a hospital, many of her lower deck portholes had been opened for ventilation. As the ship listed, water poured in through them, bypassing her watertight compartments. A simple human error with devastating consequences. But others aren't so sure. They point to the rumors that the Britannic was carrying more than bandages. Though she was designated a non-combatant hospital ship under the Hague Convention, there were whispers that she was smuggling munitions and military supplies. If true, it would have made her a legitimate target and also explain the unusual severity of the explosion. British authorities denied the claim, of course, but no full manifest was ever released. And parts of the ship that should have withstood a mine didn't. And then there were the lifeboats. Lifeboats are supposed to save you. That's the whole point. But on the Britannic, they became death traps. The ship's propellers were still spinning as she sank. In the chaos, some lifeboats were lowered too early before the engines were shut down. The current sucked them straight into the blades. Witnesses described it in horror. Lifeboats shattered bodies, mangled blood in the wake. Survivors from nearby boats could only watch helpless as men and women were shredded in front of them. It wasn't supposed to be like this. The Britannic had more lifeboats than the Titanic. She had better compartments, stronger hulls, and yet she died. And not just quickly. Strangely, there were reports of pressure shifts before the explosion, unusual glows along the inner bulkheads, even voices heard in the lower wards, moments before impact, unfamiliar, whispered, speaking a language no one recognized, hallucinations, panic, or something else. Among the survivors was one woman who seemed cursed or blessed. Her name was Violet Jessup. She had been aboard the Titanic when it sank in 1912. She survived. She had also served on the Olympic, which suffered a major collision in 1911, but did not sink. And now, she was here on the Britannic, watching yet another massive ship slip beneath the waves. She wrote in her memoir that as she swam through the oily water, wounded and half drowned, she looked back and saw the ship tilting. It seemed, she said, like the Britannic was fighting, like she didn't want to go, like she was screaming in metal. That's not poetic language from a novelist. That's a nurse writing what she felt. And it wasn't just her. Divers who've explored the wreck lying on her side, 400 feet below the surface, describe the Britannic as too intact. Her hull isn't broken. She's not shattered like the Titanic. She's sleeping, whole, silent, as if she was never meant to be found. And perhaps strangest of all, some of the reinforced areas, the ones designed post-Titanic to prevent this very scenario, buckled inward, not out, which suggests the explosion came from inside the ship. If so, was it sabotage? A mistake? Or something else buried in her? Hold something we were never supposed to know she carried. To this day, no one's quite sure. The ocean guards her secrets. The Britannic took 30 lives that morning, not thousands like her sister. But the manner of her death raised more questions than it answered. Why did she drift off course? Why did the mine explode beneath reinforced bulkheads? Why did lifeboats launch before the engines were stopped? And what about those voices? We like to think we learn from disaster. That once is enough. But maybe the ocean wasn't punishing hubris on the Britannic. Maybe it was just collecting something it missed the first time. Maybe it wasn't the ship that was cursed. Maybe it was the idea that we could sail across the deep, wrapped in steel and certainty, and expect the sea to yield. It never has, and it never will. So, when you picture the Britannic, don't imagine a broken wreck. Imagine a sleeping giant beneath the waves, intact, waiting, and still listening. You lower yourself into the lifeboat. The ropes creak. The sea rises slowly to meet you. The ship is groaning now, not like it's dying, but like it's waking up with something terrible inside. The air is hot, metallic. You glance toward the stern, and that's when you see them. The propellers, still spinning, still churning the water into a white blur. And the lifeboats ahead of you, already in the water, are being pulled toward them. There's no time to scream, no time to turn. The Britannic, despite everything learned from the Titanic, didn't go quietly. She went thrashing, fast, brutal, loud in ways steel shouldn't be. And much of that horror came down to a single decision. The engines were never shut down. Let's back up. After the explosion, whether from a mine or something else, the Britannic began to list rapidly. The crew followed emergency protocols. Lifeboats were prepared. But someone made the call to keep the engines running. The hope was to beach the ship on the nearby island of Kia. It made sense. Get her shallow. Save the wounded. Prevent a full sinking. But the plan never worked. As the ship tilted further, the lifeboats were lowered. And the stern, the back of the ship, remained high out of the water. The propellers, exposed and still turning, became a vortex. 2 of the lifeboats, full of nurses, medics, and crew, drifted directly into their spinning blades. The results were unspeakable. One survivor described it as a great steel mouth opening in the sea. Another said the ocean turned red in seconds. Men were pulled under before they could cry out. Women were seen clinging to splinters. Limbs were lost. Silence followed. How could this happen? Why were the engines not stopped immediately? Some say communication systems were damaged, that the order was never received. Others believe panic took over. No one dared question the momentum of saving the ship. Speed was everything, even if it meant the lifeboats would pay the price. But others whisper something darker, that someone on the bridge hesitated on purpose. That confusion wasn't accidental. It was convenient, because the Britannic's final voyage was already suspicious. For starters, she was off course. Records show she had drifted several miles north of her assigned route, into a known minefield, not a newly placed one, not a random hazard. a well-documented, clearly marked danger zone. So how does a state-of-the-art hospital ship, fully crewed, fully briefed with naval escorts, sail into a place everyone knew to avoid? The official explanation is navigational error, but others claim a more unsettling phrase appears in an archived British logbook. Course adjusted under unknown directive. What does that mean? Not from the bridge, not from the captain. Then who gave the order? Some believe the ship was redirected intentionally, a bureaucratic error, or perhaps worse, a political move, a sacrifice. Remember, at the time, rumors swirled that the Britannic wasn't just carrying wounded, that beneath her hospital wards were military supplies, ammunition, even troops in disguise. If true, that would have made her a valid target. And violating the Hague Convention would have been a diplomatic disaster unless the ship conveniently didn't survive long enough for inspection. And then there were the premonitions. We talked about Violet Jessup, the so-called unsinkable stewardess and nurse who survived the Olympic, the Titanic, and the Britannic. But she wasn't the only one with a strange feeling. Several nurses reported unease days before departure. One wrote in her diary, "The sea is whispering. I cannot sleep." Another claimed to dream of a spinning blade below the surface, drawing everything into its teeth. These weren't superstitious women. They were medical professionals, military trained, practical, and yet they felt it, as if the ship knew. Even the captain reportedly expressed concern about the voyage. He asked for additional escorts. He requested minefield coordinates be triple-checked. He was told the route was safe. It wasn't. And when the explosion came, it ripped through 6 compartments. The ship was designed to withstand 4. That's too many, which means she was either incredibly unlucky or the blast was bigger than a mine. Divers who have explored the wreck describe the damage as inconsistent with a single underwater detonation. Sections appear blown outward, steel folded not from an impact, but from pressure expanding inside. So was it a mine or something already aboard? Was something smuggled, stored hidden? And when it went off, did it tear through the ship like a secret finally released? None of these questions are answered. British military archives remain classified. Survivor interviews were redacted. The ship lies intact on the seabed, but her answers lie sealed inside her bulkheads. And then there's the behavior of the wreck itself. Divers have reported strange readings, pressure anomalies, navigation glitches. In one case, a diver described the ship as watching. Lights from the surface flickered as if distorted by something more than water. He cut his dive short and refused to return. Some believe the Britannic absorbed the trauma of her sisters, that the Titanic was tragedy, that the Olympic was resilience, and the Britannic A wound not just sunk, but sacrificed. Her mission of mercy overwritten by a darker purpose. Her speed used against her. Her survivors marked by what they saw. So if you ever dive the Key Channel and the water grows still and your instruments hesitate and the wreck of a perfect hospital ship looms up from the dark like a giant asleep, be gentle and do not knock, because some ships do not want to be awakened, and some propellers still spin long after the engines stop. There are ghost stories, and then there's the Flying Dutchman. You don't hear about her from textbooks. You hear about her from sailors, from old men with salt in their skin, hunched in bars near the docks, staring at nothing in particular when they talk about the sea. She's real, they'll say. Don't let the name fool you. She sails. Still, the Flying Dutchman isn't a wreck or a forgotten shipwreck site. She's an echo that refuses to fade. A cursed vessel doomed to sail forever, never making port, never touching land, and never finding peace. Her name first appears in 17th century folklore. The most common version tells of a Dutch East India Company captain, usually named Van der Decken, who refused to turn back during a ferocious storm off the Cape of Good Hope. Swearing to round the Cape, even if it took until Judgment Day, he defied God nature and the devil himself. And the devil, as it turns out, takes such things personally. The ship was lost. No wreck ever found. No bodies. No survivors. Just the story. And then the sightings began. At first, they were whispers. A tall ship in full sail glowing in the mist, moving against the wind. No flag. No crew. No sound. She'd be seen near storm fronts near the Cape and later, much later, across oceans. The legend grew, and then came the confirmation that made everyone sit up. July 11th, 1881. Prince George of Wales, who would later become King George V of the United Kingdom, was aboard the HMS Bacchante on a naval tour. Just before dawn, he and 13 other crew members spotted a strange ship glowing red in the darkness. It appeared, suddenly sailing directly toward them. Then as they scrambled to respond, it vanished without a sound. The prince wrote about it in his official log. Hours later, the seaman who had first spotted the ship fell from the rigging and died. Coincidence? Maybe. But that story has been told again and again in ports around the world with eerie consistency. A ship appears in the mist, sails full in a windless sky, lights flickering without fire, a pale crew, or none at all. Sometimes she disappears before your eyes. Other times, she lingers just long enough for your compass to stop working. A curse, a ghost, a projection. Let's look at the theories. Some claim the Dutchman is nothing more than a mirage, a fata morgana caused by layers of air at different temperatures, bending light and creating illusions on the horizon. Ships that are actually beyond view appear closer, reflected, distorted. This can explain some sightings, but not all, because mirages don't move toward you, and they certainly don't send signals. In 1923, a Russian trawler reported seeing an old-fashioned three-masted ship approach through dense fog. The captain ordered a course correction. As they turned, the ghost ship passed silently across their bow, and all the crew saw a figure on the deck. A man in a long coat. Eyes hollow. Face unreadable. The next day, the first mate was found dead in his cabin. No wounds, no cause. And in 1955, a British destroyer in the Indian Ocean reported locking onto an unidentified vessel with sonar, only for the signal to break into static. When the sonar returned, the object was gone. The ship, the crew noted, had been too perfect. No rust, no barnacles. Like something painted rather than built. The destroyer took photos. The negatives were ruined. Then there are the radio signals. Over the decades, mariners have picked up strange transmissions on old frequencies. Crackling voices speaking in a dialect of Dutch, not used in centuries. Always the same message. We seek passage. We cannot land. The wind does not favor us. Sometimes these messages are recorded, but they never last. The tapes erase. The recordings corrupt. The logbooks get lost. It's like the Dutchman wants to be heard but not remembered. In 1978, a Norwegian fishing crew reported seeing a ship through the mist that wasn't on radar. It sailed directly toward them, then passed through their vessel without impact. Not around. Through. There was no damage, but when they checked their chronometers, they were off by 17 minutes. The ship's name, briefly glimpsed on the stern, was carved in letters no one could read. And then there's the science. A few fringe physicists have proposed a theory that the Flying Dutchman may not be a ship at all, but a temporal echo, a residual imprint of a real event trapped in atmospheric conditions, repeating endlessly like a recording. But that doesn't explain the voices, or the transmissions, or the photographs that vanish. Because if it were just a glitch in light, how do you explain the cold? Almost every recorded sighting of the Dutchman going back over 200 years describes an unnatural chill in the air. Not a breeze, a presence. Like the air remembers something. And if you want to go even further, some believe the Dutchman is a punishment, not for one captain, but for all of us. That she is the sea's way of reminding us that some places are not meant to be mastered. That the ocean is not our servant, but something older and infinitely patient. Some say the Dutchman appears not to curse, but to warn, before storms, before disappearances, before strange lights and impossible tides. That when she appears on the horizon, it means the balance has been disrupted. That something is about to go wrong. And perhaps the most terrifying idea of all, that the ship is not chasing anyone. She's trying to dock, trying to return, but the sea won't let her. Trapped not by storm, but by memory, by defiance, by the weight of every vow ever made against the deep. You can mock it if you like, call it myth, call it weather, but next time you're at sea, and the wind drops without warning, and a fog rolls in too quickly, and a shape appears, tall sails against the dusk. Don't blink, don't look away, and don't answer the call if it comes through your radio, because the Dutchman is still sailing and she's still lost. And if you see her, even for a moment, she may see you too. Fog wraps the horizon like wool soaked in salt. It muffles the sea, deadens the wind. Your ship glides through it slowly, carefully, radar pinging in quiet intervals, sonar chirping like an electronic heartbeat. Then someone calls from the bridge. There's a vessel dead ahead. You squint through the murk. Shapes form. Sails rise impossibly tall, too large for any modern ship. The rigging is precise, intricate, old-fashioned. There's no engine, no noise, just the slow, ghostly drift of a full-rigged ship against the grain of logic. Your first thought, this can't be real. Your second, you've just seen the Flying Dutchman. It wasn't only Prince George who reported the spectral vessel. Since the 19th century, over 50 modern naval logs have recorded sightings of the Dutchman, and that's just the ones made public. Let's revisit that 1881 report. Prince George, not yet king, was just a young naval officer aboard the HMS Bacante. He wasn't alone in his sighting. 13 others confirmed it. They saw a ship glowing faintly red in the distance at dawn, moving in silence. As they looked on, it vanished. Later that day, the sailor who'd first called out the sighting fell to his death from the mast. Was it coincidence or a pattern? Because this isn't the only time the Dutchman's appearance has been followed by disaster. In 1914, during the first months of World War I, a German submarine captain wrote in his journal that his crew spotted an ancient sail ship glowing faintly, drifting near the Channel Islands. The next day, their U-boat struck a British mine. Only 2 crewmen survived. In 1939, just before the start of World War II, a passenger liner en route to South Africa logged a strange visual contact a 3-masted vessel sighted just before sunrise. Within a week, war was declared in Europe. These incidents, and there are many, share a rhythm. The ship appears, and then something happens. Not always death, not always war, but something that changes course. Some say she's an omen, like a lighthouse from the other side. Not warning of rocks, but of rifts. But modern times bring modern tools. And here's where the Dutchman gets weirder. In 1972, a cargo ship sailing near Tristan da Cunha picked up a radar signature that showed a vessel closing in rapidly. When the lookout spotted the approaching ship, he called for emergency evasive action. By the time the vessel adjusted course, the contact vanished both visually and from radar. The water remained undisturbed. No wake, no movement. Just the smell of burned ozone and seawater. The radar operators later described the contact as too smooth, too perfect, as if it wasn't a real object, but a pattern that fooled the system. The ship's name, unknown, but the silhouette matched every old drawing of the Flying Dutchman. And then there are the radio hails. In 1983, a British naval surveillance team reportedly received a faint, staticky call on a long-dead frequency. It repeated a single phrase in archaic Dutch: "We cannot land. The wind will not let us." Translated, it sounds almost poetic, until you realize it was broadcast on a channel last used in 1899. No one answered. The frequency fell silent after 10 minutes. It hasn't been heard since. The ocean has always held on to its secrets, but the Dutchman seems intent on not just being seen, but almost heard, almost reached, but never fully. In 1998, a private yacht reported encountering a ship with black sails and gold trim off the Azores. It was evening. The sun had dipped behind a bank of clouds. The captain tried to hail the ship with a light signal. The ship did not respond. Instead, it drifted silently behind a patch of fog and vanished. The yacht's GPS glitched for 13 seconds. When it resumed, their course had shifted by 4 degrees, and their location placed them 11 nautical miles east of where they had been seconds earlier. If true, that suggests more than optical illusion. It suggests interaction, distortion, like the Dutchman doesn't just show up. It bends reality around her, just a little, just enough to say I was here. But what is she? A ghost ship, a glitch in the fabric of space-time, a cursed loop of maritime tragedy replaying again and again. Some physicists speculate that extreme weather, coupled with geomagnetic activity, could create temporary atmospheric phenomena, a kind of time bubble that records events in certain locations and replays them under the right conditions. Think of it like an old film reel buried in the sky. And the Dutchman, she may be the world's most persistent loop. But loops don't send radio messages. They don't change GPS readings. And they certainly don't look back at you. One modern account, anonymous but verified through ship logs, describes an oil tanker crew who spotted a perfect ship in the fog glowing softly. A man stood on its deck. He was motionless, but the bridge officer swore the figure raised his hand in salute before fading into mist. That's not a recording. That's awareness. That's presence. Which brings us to the darker theory, the one sailors won't write down, that the Dutchman isn't just cursed. She chooses when to be seen, and when she appears, she's not warning you. She's watching you, because maybe she's not trapped at all. Maybe she sails freely, slipping between moments, waiting for the right kind of weather, the right kind of silence, the right kind of witness. And when you see her, it's not random. You were meant to. And if you're not careful, if you stare too long, or if you try to follow, maybe she'll notice. Maybe she'll turn. And then maybe you join her. Because every legend has to start somewhere. And some ships, once seen, never quite leave you. So, if you're ever on night watch, with fog rolling in, and your instruments twitching, and you see something tall and elegant sliding through the mist on sails, no one hoisted. Don't signal. Don't wave. And whatever you do, don't answer the radio if it speaks in rhyme. because the Dutchman may be lost. But she's not alone. Not anymore. Imagine this: a ship glides silently across the Atlantic. Her sails are up flapping lazily in the breeze. The sea is calm, the sky clear. From a distance, she looks like any other vessel of her time, steady, sturdy, on course. But something feels off. You call out, no response. You circle around. No flag of distress, no visible damage, no fire, no holes, no signs of struggle. And yet, when you board her, there's no one aboard, not a soul. This is the Mary Celeste, the ghost ship by which all others are measured. On December 5th, 1872, she was found drifting about 400 miles east of the Azores by another vessel, the Dei Gratia. Her course was steady, her sails partially set. Her cargo barrels of industrial alcohol was intact. Her lifeboat was missing, but the crew gone, without a trace. The Mary Celeste had left New York City on November 7th. Her captain, Benjamin Briggs, was a respected seaman. On board were his wife, Sarah, and their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia. Along with 7 experienced crewmen, they were bound for Genoa, Italy. There was no storm, no SOS, no wreckage. So what happened? When the Dei Gratia crew boarded the Mary Celeste, they found a ship in bizarrely good condition. There was no sign of violence, no blood, no broken furniture. The galley was stocked with food. The logbook was still open. The last entry, 10 days earlier, noting their position near the Azores, nothing unusual. In the captain's quarters, his clothes were still neatly folded. The child's toys were on the bed. Half-eaten meals rested on the mess table as if the crew had simply stood up mid-bite and vanished. That image stuck. It stuck hard. For generations, people would picture that table bread just out of the oven, coffee still warm, and wonder, where did they go and why? Some chalked it up to piracy, but the cargo was untouched. So were valuables. No gold, perhaps, but nothing had been looted. Pirates don't usually skip the goods and take just the people. Others claimed mutiny, that the crew turned on the captain and fled. But by all accounts, Briggs was respected. The crew was hand-picked. No records of unrest, no signs of violence. Still others suggested alcohol poisoning fumes from the industrial alcohol in the hold leaking into the cabin, causing hallucinations and panic. But the barrels were sealed, and the crewmen used to handling dangerous cargo would have known the signs. Some thought perhaps the ship took on water, and the crew abandoned it, fearing it was sinking. But when found, the Mary Celeste was perfectly seaworthy, the only lifeboat missing. No indication of a rush, no hurry in the scene, just absence. One theory, strange yet plausible, involves an undersea earthquake or seaquake. A sudden jolt could have caused barrels to shift or fumes to release, prompting the captain to order a temporary evacuation to the lifeboat intending to return. But what if the tow line broke? What if the sea carried the lifeboat away faster than expected? That would explain why everything was left so normal, so untouched. But no lifeboat was ever found. No remains, no wreckage, nothing ever washed ashore. And that's what makes the Mary Celeste legendary. Not fire, not destruction, but stillness, silence. The human fingerprints left behind unmatched by the hands that made them. The courts were suspicious. The salvage hearing dragged on for months. The Dei Gratia crew, despite their honesty and documentation, was accused of foul play. They were eventually awarded a fraction of the ship's value. But the mystery stuck. Whispers of murder and cover-up followed them home, and none of them ever found work quite the same again. But the Mary Celeste didn't just drift into history. She lived on, refitted, sold, renamed, and eventually wrecked in 1885 off the coast of Haiti in what many believe was an insurance fraud scheme. The final owner filled her with cheap cargo, ran her aground, and tried to claim a fortune. But the ship wouldn't die quietly. Investigators noticed inconsistencies. They examined her hull, saw the damage was too neat, too deliberate, and so her final voyage ended not in mystery, but in disgrace. And yet, it's the ghost story that remains. Even Arthur Conan Doyle, years before Sherlock Holmes, wrote a fictionalized account that gave the Mary Celeste global fame, renaming her the Marie Celeste in the process. That small typo became so entrenched, most people know the wrong name better than the real one. But the story he told, it wasn't far off. People want to believe the ship is cursed, that stepping aboard her was like walking into the sea's memory, a place between time and explanation. Even modern researchers, armed with science sonar and databases, can't agree on what happened. Some say alien abduction, others dimensional rift. Some believe the crew was lured overboard by something that shimmered just beneath the surface. In 2006, an author reviewing logs of similar disappearances found a pattern: ships found adrift with no crew, no damage, but always missing their lifeboat. Always in the Atlantic, always near or east of the Azores. A coincidence or a corridor? And then there's the echo. In 1941, a British ship reported picking up an old distress signal, fragmented but clear. This is the Mary Celeste. Assistance required. The signal was dismissed. The frequency hadn't been used in 70 years. No one investigated, and no one ever claimed it. Could a ghost ship send a message? Or did someone somewhere try to rewrite their fate from beyond the veil? Whatever happened on board the Mary Celeste, it wasn't violent. It wasn't loud. It was a quiet unraveling. One moment there, the next, unmade. And maybe that's why the story still haunts us, because it asks a question no wreckage can answer. What if you left the world and it just kept going? No storm, no farewell, just an open door, a missing boat, and a silence too full to fill. So next time you see a ship drifting slowly across calm waters, seemingly perfect, just close enough to hail but too far to board, look twice. And if no one answers your call, don't get any closer, because the Mary Celeste may not be alone out there. She may just be the beginning of a story that hasn't stopped being written. You spot the ship long before you reach it. She floats peacefully on the sea, her sails limp, her hull untouched. No distress signals, no flames, no sign of damage. From a distance, everything looks fine. And then you board her. The food is still in the galley. The engine is off, but intact. The crew's belongings remain: shoes, neatly lined up, beds, unrumpled books, still open mid-chapter, but no people and no lifeboat. Gone. Just gone. This is the riddle that ties ghost ships across centuries together. The vanishing lifeboat, from the Mary Celeste to the Kaz II, Kanitu to nameless merchant vessels found drifting through modern shipping lanes. The pattern repeats itself with uncanny precision: intact, ship no crew, and one missing lifeboat. If the ship had been attacked, there'd be damage. If it had sunk, there'd be wreckage. But when the ship survives and the lifeboat doesn't, what exactly are we looking at? Let's break it down. The lifeboat is meant to be the backup plan, the escape route. If something goes wrong, fire, flooding, hull breach, the lifeboat is where you go. It should be a sign of survival. But again and again, it's the lifeboat that's missing, and it's the crew that's never seen again. So the question isn't just why did they leave? The better question is, where did they go? And perhaps, even more unsettling, why didn't they come back? There are theories. Of course there are always theories. Theory 1, misjudged danger. The crew panics. They think the ship is taking on water or leaking gas or on fire somewhere deep below deck. They evacuate in haste, taking the lifeboat. Once they're adrift, they realize the ship isn't sinking after all, but by then it's too late. The wind picks up, the current pulls them away. The ship continues on without them, and the lifeboat is lost to the sea. It's a tidy explanation, until you remember that the lifeboats are never found either, not washed ashore, not floating empty, not even shattered. They're just gone. Theory 2, foul play, mutiny, hijacking. The crew kills the captain, escapes on the lifeboat, or stages an elaborate disappearance. But in every case, their plan hinges on vanishing completely. And again, no bodies, no confessions, no reappearances. If this were about theft or rebellion, someone would surface eventually. Someone always talks, but no one ever does. Theory 3, rogue waves or whirlpools. A crew abandons ship during an emergency. A sudden wave engulfs the lifeboat. It capsizes, sinks, disappears without trace. That can happen, but how often? And always without a single trace of debris. No paddles, no seat cushions, no life vests, nothing. The ocean is big, but it's not that clean. Theory 4, abduction by force or something else. Here's where the fringe theories lean in. Some say the lifeboats are taken, not by pirates, not by enemy ships, but by something else. Alien abduction, that's always on the table for the theorists. But others are more subtle. They speak of sea doors, temporary rifts in the ocean, a shimmer, a vortex, a silent invitation, a light beneath the water, a humming sound in the hull. Maybe the crew wasn't fleeing danger. Maybe they were following something. In the case of the Carol A. Deering, found run aground in 1921 on Diamond Shoals, North Carolina, her logbook, navigational equipment, and lifeboats were all gone, but her food stores were untouched. The captain's last known message was routine. No hint of trouble. But coastal residents reported seeing a mystery vessel trailing the Deering in her final hours. No markings, no flags moving against the wind. That ship was never identified. And the Deering's crew never found. Even stranger, 2 other ships went missing in the same area that month. All intact, all abandoned, each one missing its lifeboat, coincidence, or corridor. There's also the High Aim 6, a Taiwanese fishing boat found adrift in 2003 near Australia. Her engine was on. Her GPS was active. Her food and fuel were plentiful. No distress calls were sent, but the crew gone. And again, the lifeboat missing. When authorities finally located one crew member alive months later, he claimed the rest had left in the night because they heard something calling from the sea. He didn't elaborate. He refused further interviews. Then he vanished during transport back to Taiwan. The file remains open. The phenomenon of the missing lifeboat is more than just a logistical detail. It's symbolic. A lifeboat should mean safety, but in these cases, it marks the point of no return. Once they launch it, no one comes back. You have to ask, what would make experienced sailors leave a perfectly functional ship? And not just one sailor, all of them, entire crews, gone in unison. If the ship was on fire, you'd see damage. If it was flooding, you'd see water lines. If it was sabotage, you'd find clues. But what if it wasn't panic? What if it was choice? What if they left because something told them to? What if they weren't fleeing danger, but obeying something deeper? A sound only they heard, a signal only they understood, a force that said, "Come now. Bring the boat." But only the boat. And they did. Some survivors of similar near-miss cases have described strange conditions before almost abandoning ship. Radios picking up voices in unknown languages. Temperature drops in engine rooms. Sudden pressure shifts in the hull. Crew members sleepwalking. The feeling that someone else was aboard. They didn't say it out loud. They scribbled it in margins, whispers in logs. Not alone. Woke up near the lifeboat. Hear something under us. And always, always it ends with silence. Whatever they were hearing or following or fleeing, no one's been able to explain it. And no lifeboat has ever come back with answers. In a world of GPS satellite coverage and global maritime tracking, we still lose people to the sea like it's the 1600s, not in war, not in storms, but in calm waters, in daylight, with nothing wrong except the absence of everything that should still be there. So, the next time you pass an abandoned ship, perfectly afloat, gently rocking in the swell with the galley set and the crew's jackets hanging neatly on the backs of chairs, don't go looking for the lifeboat. You won't find it. And if you do, don't sit down, because some boats don't return, because they weren't meant to. And some doors at sea open only once. It wasn't supposed to be spooky. It wasn't supposed to be anything but a simple pleasure cruise. 3 friends, all experienced sailors, set out on a sunny afternoon in April 2007 from the Queensland coast in Australia. They boarded a sleek modern catamaran named the Kaz II. They brought cameras, beer snacks, a GPS, and good humor. Their plan, a relaxed fishing and sailing trip along the coast, with plenty of sunshine and maybe a few tall stories along the way. They never made it home. And when the Kaz II was found days later, drifting silently near the Great Barrier Reef, what rescuers discovered was less a shipwreck and more a scene frozen in time. The sails were up, one slightly torn but still rigged. The engine was running. The table was set. A laptop was open. Food sat half-eaten. Coffee cups had cooled in their saucers. The GPS and radio were working. Life jackets were stored neatly where they belonged. But the crew, gone. Every single man had vanished. It didn't take long for headlines to name it the ghost yacht. And it's not hard to see why. The scene was pristine. It wasn't a crime scene. There was no blood, no overturned chairs, no sign of struggle. It wasn't a wreck. The hull was undamaged. The electronics were functioning. The boat was seaworthy, and it wasn't a storm. The weather had been calm. No squalls. No rogue waves reported. So what happened? Let's rewind. The Kaz II left Airlie Beach on April 15, 2007, bound for Townsville. The crew, 56-year-old skipper Derek Batten and brothers Peter and James Tunstead, aged 69 and 63. All 3 were comfortable on the water. This was not their first trip. 2 days later, the boat was spotted drifting aimlessly off the northern coast of Australia. No distress calls had been made. No flares launched. A passing helicopter noticed it behaving oddly, its sails flapping loosely, its direction erratic. Maritime authorities intercepted and boarded. What they found was eerie. One of the life rings trailed behind the boat, attached by a rope, floating in the water like a forgotten balloon. The ship's logbook had stopped mid-entry. A knife rested on the deck, near a fishing rod. A small pile of neatly folded clothes lay on one bench. But no signs of panic. No signs of damage. and nothing out of place, except the total absence of 3 living men. Theories flooded in. Theory 1, accidental overboard. The leading theory suggests that one of the men fell overboard while fishing. Another jumped in to save him. The third tried to assist, but was also pulled in or went over accidentally. With no one left aboard, the boat simply continued under power rudderless. This is possible, but all 3 men, all at once, without a single scream, radio call, or sign of emergency, and wouldn't at least one of them have instinctively grabbed a life jacket? None were missing. Theory 2, foul play. Piracy is rare in these waters, but not unheard of. Some speculated that a larger vessel intercepted them, forcing the men off the Kaz II, leaving everything else behind. But no valuables were missing, no equipment stolen, and no indication that another ship had been nearby. The onboard radio was functioning. So was the GPS. If a pirate ship had been involved, wouldn't the men have tried to signal? Theory 3, natural phenomenon. Some suggested a freak wave washed over the deck, sweeping the men away. Maybe they were all standing on the aft, trying to free a fishing line when a sudden swell hit. But this was a catamaran, a very stable vessel, and the wave would have had to come silently. No storm, no warning, just a single perfect pulse of water that swept them all into the sea and left the ship untouched. Unlikely, but not impossible, except for one detail. The coffee, still warm. It suggests whatever happened very quickly, so quickly that no one reacted. No one turned off the engine. No one picked up a radio. No one shouted for help. No one touched the steaming cup. Some say that's the creepiest part. That the boat wasn't just abandoned, it was paused, as if someone hit mute on a moment. And then there's the footage. A video camera was recovered on board. On it were recordings from the first day of the journey. The men laughed, joked, filmed the open sea. They looked relaxed, comfortable, alive. There was no indication of fear, no sense of tension, just 3 friends living the dream. The final clip, a shot of one of the men steering while another trails a fishing line into the sea. Clouds gather slightly on the horizon, and then the camera cuts off. No screams, no rush, just the end. The footage released later to the families only deepened the mystery. If something supernatural happened, it left no trace. If something natural happened, it left no explanation. And so the Kaz II joined the fleet of modern ghost ships, perfectly preserved, eerily empty. The boat was eventually returned to land, but none of the men were ever seen again. No bodies, no life raft, no floating debris. Just 3 names carved into maritime memory. Search efforts spanned hundreds of nautical miles. Nothing. It's as if they stepped off the edge of the world, and the ocean once again erased the evidence. The Kaz II is often compared to the Mary Celeste, but perhaps more chilling because it happened in our time. In the age of satellite tracking, cell phones, GPS, and constant maritime surveillance, it should be impossible for 3 men to vanish off a modern boat in calm seas. But they did, and the ocean said nothing. It never does. Some call it bad luck. Others call it the perfect crime. A few whisper about strange lights seen over the reef that same night. A faint humming picked up by a coastal radio station. Static that pulsed in a repeating pattern. But those stories are unconfirmed, and the sea isn't talking. So next time you see a sleek, empty boat drifting through the shallows, sunlight on her deck, her sails idle, her table still set, think of the Kaz II, and remember, Some ghost ships aren't centuries old. Some of them are brand new. And the scariest thing isn't the silence they leave behind. It's how easily it could happen to anyone. Even you. The sea doesn't bury people. It doesn't mark graves. It doesn't carve stones or erect statues. There are no headstones on the ocean floor. No dates. No last words etched in marble. Just silence. And the terrifying truth is, when the sea takes you, it almost never gives you back. Not all mysteries begin with explosions or storms. Some start with a quiet moment, a misstep on deck, a sudden gust, a ripple that turns out to be deeper than it looks, and then gone. We have GPS, satellites, thermal cameras, underwater drones, and yet the disappearance of a single human into the ocean is often total, final, irretrievable. Take skydivers. More than once, people have jumped from planes intentionally or accidentally over ocean waters. Even when their fall is recorded, their exact coordinates track their time of impact, calculated to the second. They vanish. No body, no parachute, just a splash that closes instantly like it never happened. Or take fishermen, like the two brothers, off the coast of Nova Scotia in 2009, both lifelong seamen. A wave knocked one overboard while he was reeling in a catch. His brother dove in after him. The boat idled for hours, still running. Both were never found. The water was 48 degrees. Search helicopters arrived within the hour. They found nothing. The Atlantic was flat that day, crystal calm, still nothing. So why does the ocean erase people so effectively? Part of it is scale. The ocean is vast, so vast that it's hard to grasp. You can drop a coin in a backyard pool and find it in seconds. But drop a person in the Pacific, even with their exact coordinates, and it becomes a needle in a galaxy scenario. Currents drag objects in unpredictable directions. Wind tides, underwater eddies. Each can pull a body dozens of miles from its last known position in just a few hours. But even more brutal is the speed of decay. The sea doesn't wait. Saltwater pressure, temperature, and biological activity begin transforming a human body within minutes. Gas builds, skin loosens, fish begin their work, crabs too. By the time rescuers arrive, nature is already halfway through its process. In cold water, the body may sink and never resurface. In warmer seas, it may bloat and float, but often only briefly. Even with life jackets, even with flares and locators, the sea swallows you. Softly, quickly, without apology. Then there's the debris field. When a person disappears in a forest, you might find a shoe, a torn sleeve, footprints. But in the ocean, everything floats away. Even something large like a boat can vanish in a matter of hours. Take the case of the Thomas H. Lawrence, a fishing vessel out of Alaska that disappeared in 2004. Aboard were 6 men. They radioed once we're taking on water. That was it. By the time the Coast Guard arrived 6 hours later, there was nothing. No wreckage, no oil, no life rings, no bodies. 6 men, a 70-foot boat, and hundreds of pounds of gear erased. And it happens again and again, from the Caribbean to the Indian Ocean to the Gulf of Alaska. Even in the Mediterranean, surrounded by coast islands and rescue patrols, boats are found adrift with no sign of their passengers. And you have to ask, how can someone be here and then not be? And why is the ocean so good at pretending they never existed? There's also psychology at play. We don't expect the sea to be so final. In movies, lost at sea means clinging to a piece of driftwood, a hopeful rescue montage. a whistle, a seagull, a miraculous last-minute rescue. But in truth, drowning is often quiet. It doesn't involve splashing and screaming. It's a gasp, a slip under, a moment of realization that there's no solid ground. And once the person is under even for 30 seconds, recovery becomes a race against nature, and nature always wins. But what's worse, sometimes they don't drown. Sometimes they survive the initial fall or emergency. They climb into a lifeboat or hold on to debris, and they drift. That's the part people don't like to think about. That somewhere out on the endless plain of blue, someone is floating, still alive, waiting, too far to be heard, too small to be seen, surrounded by a silence that doesn't end. There are documented cases of people surviving for days. In 1982, a sailor named Stephen Callahan drifted for 76 days in an inflatable raft after his yacht sank in the Atlantic. He lived off rainwater and raw fish. He saw ships, planes. He waved, flared, nothing. He was lucky. He was found. Most aren't. Even with EPIRB's emergency position, indicating radio beacons, satellite distress signals, and emergency kits, some are still never recovered. And sometimes, things are found later. A life vest washes ashore in the Azores. A shoe appears on a beach in Mauritius. A piece of plastic with a name scrawled in fading Sharpie. But not the person. Never the person. Because the sea isn't a villain. It doesn't act out of malice. It doesn't chase or hunt or gloat. It just continues, unbothered, uninterested, infinite. And we soft-skinned and heavy-boned are terribly bad at floating through infinity. Even modern cruise ships, city-sized tower-lit, constantly watched, lose people. Between 2000 and 2020, over 300 people reportedly went overboard on cruises. Less than 20% were recovered. Some of those were accidents, others suicides. A few remain unexplained. Most were never found. Not because no one looked, but because the sea doesn't keep receipts. It doesn't care about your passport or your phone or your name. If it wants to hide something, it does. And it doesn't take much. A wave at the wrong time. A moment of balance lost. A second of silence too long, then gone. No splash, no scream. No footprints in the sand. Just a gap in a story and a silence that stretches far too wide to fill. So next time you stand on a deck and feel the wind on your face, the deck rolling gently beneath your feet, and you look out over the horizon, don't think of what you can see. Think of what you can't. Think of the ones still out there, the ones the sea wouldn't give back, not out of cruelty, just because that's what it does. It takes and it forgets, and all we can do is remember. They drift silently onto the shores of Japan, weather-beaten, barnacle-covered, their sails tattered, their hulls half-rotted. Inside, not cargo, not treasure, just bones. These are the ghost ships of North Korea. Over the past 2 decades, hundreds of these eerie vessels have washed ashore on Japan's western coastline. Some arrive intact. Others are broken to pieces. But nearly all of them have one thing in common: they carry no living crew, only corpses, or worse, nothing at all, as if the men aboard were never there to begin with. These aren't myth. They aren't tales passed around late at night in fishing villages or half-remembered sightings by old captains. They are real, and they keep coming. Local authorities in Japan have logged dozens of incidents per year, peaking at over 100 in some seasons. The sightings increase during winter, when harsh winds blow across the Sea of Japan, pushing currents west to east. Fishermen find them. Beachcombers stumble on them. Police are called. What they discover inside never gets easier. Emaciated bodies still wearing ragged uniforms, skeletal remains, some missing limbs, waterlogged journals written in Korean, rice sacks, rusted hooks, primitive gear, and always the same question: who were they and what happened? Let's begin with what we know. These boats are almost always old wooden, crudely built, lacking modern engines. Some have oars, some have patched sails. A few have small motors, barely functional. Inside, the interiors are sparse. Food supplies are minimal. There are no radios, no GPS. These are not ghost ships by intention. They're fishing boats, desperate ones. North Korea, as closed and secretive as any nation in the modern world, maintains a rigid military-like grip on its people, including its fishing fleet. Under Kim Jong-un's regime, fishing rights in the nation's most bountiful coastal waters have reportedly been sold to China. That means local North Korean fishermen are pushed farther offshore into colder, more dangerous, and poorly charted waters. They are told to go farther, stay longer, bring back more, but they're not given the tools to do it, and so they die. Some freeze, some starve, some simply vanish until a wind or a current remembers to carry them home. Except home is often the wrong coastline. Japan, Hokkaido, Akita, Niigata, and what drifts ashore is a floating grave. Some vessels carry 5 or 6 corpses. Others hold only one. In some cases, only skulls are found. In others, skeletons are tangled in fishing line, as if they died still working. Japanese officials handle the remains with care. DNA tests are conducted. Bodies are sometimes returned, though rarely acknowledged. North Korea seldom offers explanations, and when it does, they're brief. Fishing accident, technical error, lost at sea, no apology, no curiosity, no change, and the boats just keep coming. But some ships raise more questions than others. In 2017, a particularly well-preserved boat washed ashore in Akita Prefecture. Inside were 8 skeletons, each laid out neatly side by side. No signs of injury, no blood, just bones, uniforms, and a note. The note was written in Korean cryptic, half dissolved by water. Translated loosely, it read, "We did what we could. Tell them we served. The sea is not ours." That final sentence chilled investigators. The sea is not ours. What did it mean? That they weren't supposed to be there? That they knew they'd crossed into forbidden waters? Or something more spiritual? That they had entered a place where the rules change? Some theorists suggest the phrase may be an idiom, a poetic resignation. Others believe it points to a larger, more tragic story. One former defector explained in an interview, when a mission fails and the sea takes your crew, there's a phrase passed down among fishermen: the sea does not know our names. It means you won't be remembered. You won't be found. You become a ghost. And that's exactly what they are, ghosts, but not just in folklore. Some of these boats are still warm when found. One arrived with a stove still smoldering. Another had fresh fish strung up in the hold, never cleaned, never stored. The crew was gone. No bodies, no lifeboat, just steam curling from a rusted pot, as if they had stepped off moments before. And then there's the audio. In 2019, Japanese coast authorities released a snippet of recovered audio from a found vessel. A tape recorder was discovered on board. On it, a few crackling seconds of static, and then a male voice speaking in a low monotone. The storm is not outside. It's inside. Do not follow the light. The message ends with a sharp sound like wind or something else. Some say it's a prank, a sick joke. Others claim It's authentic. The handwriting on the tape's label matched the logbook's entries. And again, no one knows where the crew went. And then there are the lights. Fishermen off Japan's northern coast have reported seeing sudden vertical columns of light out at sea, rising from the water into the sky like a silent spotlight. No source, no sound, no explanation. Often these lights appear just before a ghost ship is found. Some try to rationalize it reflections of coastal beacons, ball lightning, military flares, but none of those make sense in calm weather and empty seas. What's most unsettling about the North Korean ghost ships isn't just their condition or their cargo. It's how they speak without speaking. Each one tells a story of desperation, of isolation, of being sent too far in vessels too weak, chasing a quota too high. They tell of lives lived in silence, and of deaths that arrive just as quietly, and sometimes not even death, just a vanishing. Some boats are found with no bodies, no signs of distress, no damage, no entries past a certain date, as if mid-voyage the sea simply reached up and chose, and the boat too simple to break, too stubborn to sink, drifted on without them. They say the ocean doesn't keep secrets, but maybe that's only because no one's left to ask the questions. So, if you ever find yourself walking along the northern coast of Japan in winter, and the wind smells like brine and rust, and you see a dark shape bobbing on the horizon, don't approach too quickly. Don't expect answers, because it might be one of them, and the sea still doesn't know their names. You hear it before you see it. A faint drone above the clouds, distant but growing. The control tower checks its logs. No scheduled arrival. No flight plan. But the signal is there. A blip on radar. A low, steady hum that isn't supposed to exist. Then the plane appears. It's descending. Graceful, steady. Landing gear lowers. Flaps adjust. It touches down on the runway with textbook precision. And when ground crews rush toward it, ready to help, ready to greet, ready to question, they find no one inside. Not the pilot, not the co-pilot, not a single soul. Just silence and the slow ticking of cooling metal. This isn't science fiction. It's not a movie. It's something that has happened more than once. Ghost planes, not a metaphor, not a poetic phrase. Actual aircraft that appear flyland or drift without pilots and sometimes without any crew or passengers at all. Let's begin with one of the most chilling, the case of Helios Airways, Flight 522. August 14, 2005, a Boeing 737 takes off from Cyprus, headed for Athens. All is normal, until it isn't. Just minutes into the flight, the cabin pressure begins to drop. Oxygen levels plummet. The pilots, unaware of the problem, begin to suffer from hypoxia oxygen deprivation that leads to confusion, then unconsciousness, then death. The plane continues flying on autopilot for over 2 hours. During that time, air traffic controllers try to make contact. Nothing. Fighter jets are scrambled. They approach the aircraft and see something terrifying. The captain slumped in his seat. The co-pilot unresponsive. Everyone in the cabin still frozen, heads down. But the plane is still flying. Perfectly. And then just minutes before fuel depletion, a flight attendant, having used a portable oxygen supply, enters the cockpit and tries to regain control. He can't. The engines fail. The plane crashes into a hillside near Athens. All 100 ancient Wagam 21 aboard are killed. It wasn't a ghost plane per se, but for nearly 3 hours that Boeing soared through the sky as a tomb, a mechanical bird piloting itself through silence, responding to nothing, answering to no one. And it's not the only one. In 2018, A Horizon Airground worker named Richard Russell stole a turboprop Q400 from Seattle Tacoma Airport. He had no formal flight training, yet he took off, flew for over an hour, executed barrel rolls, performed dives and climbs, chatted casually with air traffic control. Then, without warning, he crashed the plane into a small island. Suicide, certainly, but many who reviewed the footage and transcripts noted how calm he was, how rehearsed, how disconnected, as if he wasn't fully there, as if something else had taken the controls. Then there's the case of Flight 19, 5 Navy bombers that vanished over the Bermuda Triangle in 1945. No wreckage, no distress calls after the last haunting transmission. But in the 1990s, a commercial pilot claimed to see 5 planes flying in tight formation over the Atlantic silent unmarked, matching the exact profile of those long-lost aircraft. They didn't respond to hails. They didn't appear on radar. And then they were gone. Some believe it was an illusion. Others aren't so sure. And now, we turn to the most famous of them all, the ghost plane that landed at Brussels Airport in 1990. It was a twin-engine Piper Navajo. Witnesses on the ground saw it descend in clear weather, touchdown, roll to a stop near a hangar. But when authorities approached, the plane was empty. No pilot, no flight plan, no identifying markings. The engines were warm, the seats still imprinted, but there was no sign anyone had been on board during the landing. Security footage, limited at the time, showed the plane simply arriving, rolling in. No one disembarked. And when the plane was inspected, nothing. No registration records. No serial number matches. No clues. Eventually, it was quietly dismantled. No official explanation ever given. And then there are the cockpit calls. Air traffic controllers have on rare occasions reported receiving distress signals from planes that do not exist. Transmissions in outdated codes. Call signs that were retired decades ago. One infamous case, a 1997 signal received in Newfoundland. Mayday, Mayday, this is Flight 4441. Instruments failing. Sky is changing. The voice faded. Flight 441 had vanished in 1954 en route to the Azores. 31 people on board. No trace ever found. Could it have been a prank? Possibly. But the signal's frequency was no longer in civilian use, and the voice matched a surviving recording from the original pilot. The technology doesn't lie. And perhaps most chilling, the message included coordinates. When those coordinates were checked, nothing was there. But radar logs showed an unidentified object passing through that space at the exact time the signal was received. We don't have the tools to explain this. Even in our age of satellite surveillance, planes still go missing. Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 is the most famous modern example. A Boeing 700 Shun, that's 7, full of people, simply disappeared. Despite a decade of searching, thousands of hours of sonar scans, and global cooperation, we still don't know exactly what happened. Only fragments have ever been found. Some say the plane entered a dead zone. Others believe the controls were hijacked remotely. Some even whisper it flew into something else, something not of this world. But what makes a ghost plane a ghost isn't just disappearance. It's presence. It's the craft that arrives without a pilot, that flies with empty seats, that transmits a message across decades. The machines outlive their passengers. The sky holds echoes the way the sea keeps bones. And sometimes they fly alone, not because they want to, but because they have to, because they weren't done yet, because something unfinished took the yoke and said, one more flight. So, if you're ever at an airport and you hear the soft whine of engines on a night with no scheduled arrivals, and a plane lands with no lights, no crew, No passengers, just a long shadow stretching across the tarmac. Don't approach too fast. And if the cockpit door is open, don't look inside because it might not be empty. And even if it is, you might hear the engines whisper, "Still flying." It begins with a flicker of static, not the usual hiss of an open frequency, but something sharper. A pulse, a click, like someone trying to tap out a message, except the pattern is too regular, too deliberate. You lean toward the radio, adjust the dial, and then it comes a voice, faint, warped, speaking in a language you almost understand, but not quite. Then silence. These are the signals that shouldn't exist. Radio transmissions with no origin. SOS calls from ships that sank decades ago. Distress beacons blinking from coordinates with no vessel present. A whisper caught in the white noise just long enough to make your skin crawl. The ocean doesn't just take people. Sometimes it speaks, and when it does, it rarely makes sense. Let's go back to one of the earliest examples, the Orang Medan. You've probably heard the story. A Dutch cargo ship sailing through the Strait of Malacca in 1947 begins sending out an urgent distress message. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chart room and on bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. Then a pause. And then one final transmission. "I die." That was it. The signal was picked up by several nearby ships. One, an American vessel named the Silver Star, was close enough to respond. When it arrived, the crew boarded the Orang Medan, and what they found has never been explained. Every crew member aboard was dead, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, eyes wide, mouths open. No wounds, no signs of violence. Some were pointing at something that wasn't there. Even the ship's dog was dead. Then, without warning, the Orang Medan began to smoke. The boarding party barely made it off before the ship exploded and sank. No wreckage was ever found. Some called it a hoax, but others believed the transmission was real. And the voice that said "I die" wasn't just reporting doom, it was part of it. In the decades since, other strange transmissions have been recorded. In 1971, a Japanese research vessel received a coded signal in Morse code, repeating 43 survivors, 26 injured, need water. The signal was traced to an area of the Pacific Ocean that had no ships logged. When search efforts reached the coordinates, there was nothing there. No flares, no oil slick, just water. They searched for 3 days. No survivors, no wreck, and the signal never repeated. In 1984, a lighthouse off the coast of Norway picked up a voice repeating a number sequence. Not unusual, until they realized the sequence matched a lifeboat registry from a freighter that had sunk in 1955. No one aboard had survived. The voice looped for 7 hours before vanishing. Then there's the Siberian pattern. In the 1990s, a group of amateur radio operators in Russia began logging a strange, low-frequency transmission that pulsed once every 61 seconds. It never spoke. It never changed. Just a single beat, like a mechanical heartbeat. The pattern continued for 14 years. Then one day it stopped, and just as suddenly it started again. But this time, it had moved. The signal now originates from somewhere beneath the Southern Ocean near Antarctica. No equipment is known to be stationed there. No sub, no lab. The source remains classified by every agency that's tried to trace it. But the creepiest part, every time the signal pauses, even for just a beat, ships in the nearby area report brief electrical malfunctions. Compass needles twitch, radios crackle, lights flicker. Then it resumes, and the ocean is quiet again. Sailors began calling it the pulse. And when they hear it, they turn their radios off. But not all messages are meaningless. Some seem to come with intent. In 2003, a private yacht sailing near the Galapagos picked up a VHF transmission in perfect English. Do not respond. They're listening. Just once. Just that. Then nothing. It was logged. Reported. Investigated. No source ever identified. And the crew swore the voice didn't sound like it came from the radio. It sounded like it was in the room. Then there are the numbers, stations, shortwave frequencies that broadcast strings of numbers, read in flat monotone voices. Some are known Cold War relics, spy tools, but a few. They've never been claimed by any government. The Swedish lady, for instance. A woman's voice distorted repeating a 5-digit code followed by a lullaby hummed slowly. No station claims it. No origin point. No purpose. And it's still broadcasting. Occasionally a voice breaks pattern to say, "Stay calm. Help is near." Listeners have reported nausea, dizziness, even hallucinations after long exposure. And every now and then, a sailor reports hearing it over regular VHF marine channels where it shouldn't be. The voice always stops mid-hum, like it's realized someone is listening. There are scientific explanations, of course. Atmospheric skip, solar interference, old signals bouncing off the ionosphere returning decades later. But these don't explain the messages that update, the voices that answer questions, the patterns that respond when challenged. In 2015, a cargo ship's comm officer decided to test one of these anomalies. He received a repeating distress signal, an old one from a ship called the Everfield, listed as lost in 1979. As a joke, he transmitted back, "Standby help is on the way." The signal paused, then returned. Too late. That's when the power on the bridge cut out. For 36 seconds, the ship's log notes. A brief compass, drift and unexplained fluctuation in internal pressure, and a chill that spread through the control room. The ship was 300 miles from land. Weather was clear. The crew stopped joking after that, because once you talk to the sea, sometimes it talks back. So next time, you're near a shortwave radio late at night, and the static gives way to a voice that isn't listed on any frequency guide, don't lean in. Don't try to decode it, and whatever you do, don't answer, because some of these signals aren't calls for help. They're invitations, and the moment you reply, you're already part of the story. It looked like any other working boat, a trawler painted white and blue, floating calmly in the shallows of Australia's northern coast. From a distance, it showed no signs of damage, no distress flags, no strange behavior. It wasn't tilting or taking on water. It looked for all the world like a ship at rest. But when the authorities boarded it, they stepped into a mystery. The High Aim 6 was a 20-meter-long Taiwanese fishing vessel, registered in Taiwan and flagged under Indonesia. It had last set out from the port of Cebu, Indonesia in December of 2002, with a captain, an engineer, and 10 crewmen from China and Indonesia. They had food fuel and fishing gear. They never returned. The boat was discovered on January 8, 2003, drifting 80 nautical miles off the coast of Australia, near the remote Kimberley region. What made it so strange, so unforgettable, was what was still on board. Not just fishing gear, but everything. The engine was running. Fuel tanks were nearly full. The ship had plenty of food and water. Navigation equipment was working. The hold was filled with catch hundreds of pounds of fresh fish neatly packed ready for market. The crew's personal items were still there. Clothing, shoes, books, toothbrushes, but not the people, not one of them, not a drop of blood, not a scrape of struggle, no sign of panic, no broken equipment. It was as if the crew had stood up in the middle of the day and silently walked off the side of the boat. No one took the lifeboat. It was still aboard. No one used the radio. It was untouched. No distress call. No sign of fire sickness or storm, just absence. When forensic teams began examining the ship, they found one clue. The emergency beacon had been disabled, not damaged, not destroyed, just turned off manually. That changed everything. This wasn't a panic situation. Someone made a decision and then vanished. Theories came fast. Theory 1, piracy. Maybe the crew was kidnapped, killed, dumped at sea. Pirates boarded, took the men, left the ship. But if that were the case, why leave behind everything of value? Radios, electronics, fuel fish, all still there. Pirates usually don't leave assets behind, and no ransom was ever demanded. No bodies ever found. Theory 2, mutiny. Perhaps the crew turned on the captain and engineer. Maybe tensions rose. A dispute. Violence. They killed the officers and jumped ship, hoping to disappear. This theory gained traction when investigators traced a phone call made from one of the missing crewmen's phones in Indonesia after the disappearance. But when they tracked the number and questioned the person who answered, the lead went cold. The man claimed he had bought the phone secondhand from a local market, and the owner never located. Theory 3, freak accident. A wave, perhaps. A chemical leak. A sudden sickness. But again, no evidence. The ship was in perfect condition. Weather reports were calm. There were no dangerous chemicals on board. No signs of illness. No broken railing. No torn nets. Everything was intact, except the lives. And here's where it gets eerie. The locals, fishermen near the Kimberley coast, reported seeing strange lights in the sky around the time the High Aim 6 appeared. Bright. Silent. Not flares. Not aircraft. Just light. One even claimed he saw a black shape hovering over the ocean 2 days before the vessel was found. An Aboriginal elder from a nearby community said the sea was angry that week, that it had taken something and left behind a warning. The High Aim 6 floated for days before authorities boarded her, long enough perhaps for someone or something to come aboard, take what it wanted, and leave. Another twist. When they inspected the catch in the ship's hold, much of the fish was still fresh, not days old, hours, which meant the crew had been working right before they vanished. Lines set, nets hauled, fish packed. Then nothing. No final logbook entry. No goodbye. Just fish and silence. Eventually, the ship was towed back to shore. For a while it sat in Darwin Harbor, a ghost among the working boats. Tourists would come to see it. Reporters tried to interview locals. But the story faded until 2004, when another fishing boat, smaller this time, washed ashore in Papua New Guinea. Inside, no crew, but the same setup. Same untouched supplies. Same empty calm. This one was traced to Indonesian waters as well. And again, no crew ever found. By then, sailors had a nickname for this kind of disappearance. They called it the quiet lift. Not drowning, not storm, just a sudden soft vanishing, as if the sea had picked them up with invisible hands and removed them from the story. Some say the High Aim 6 was a smuggling vessel. That perhaps it was carrying contraband, or people, or secrets, and that the crew was removed by the very people they worked for. Others think it was darker than that they saw something they shouldn't, or were taken not for punishment, but for study. And then there's the idea that it was a glitch, a ripple in the narrative, a moment when the ocean and reality hiccuped, and the men simply slipped through a crack. The most chilling part, no distress, no signs of fight or flight, No messages scrawled on walls, no cryptic logs, just the opposite. They were mid-task. Their world was normal, and then, in a heartbeat, gone. Like someone hit pause on a moment and erased the people, but left the scene behind. And maybe that's why the High Aim 6 continues to haunt investigators. Because it wasn't violent, it was clinical. Like the absence was the goal, and the silence was the signature. So next time you're out at sea and you spot a boat drifting slowly, its lines still cast its deck, still clean, its engine still humming softly against the tide. Don't board too quickly. Listen first. See if the air feels too still. See if the logbook ends in the middle of a sentence. Because if it does, and there's no one around to explain, you may be standing in a place where the world glitched, where something came quietly and took its time. Some ghost ships disappear into the mist, never seen again. But one refused to vanish. It lingered year after year, floating through Arctic ice fields like a stubborn specter that wouldn't sink and wouldn't stop. Her name was the SS Baychimo, and she was a ship that should have died in 1931. Instead, she sailed on for nearly 4 decades. Let's go back. The Baychimo was a steel-hulled 230-foot cargo freighter built in 1914 and operated by the Hudson's Bay Company. Her job was to carry goods furs, supplies passengers between trading posts along the remote northern coast of Canada. She was tough, reliable, a proper workhorse for Arctic waters. But in the fall of 1931, everything changed. She'd been sailing through the Beaufort Sea along the western Arctic coastline when early ice set in. Thick, fast, the kind that doesn't wait for permission. The ship became trapped in pack ice near Barrow, Alaska. The crew, realizing they were stuck, abandoned her, temporarily choosing to wait out the freeze in nearby shelters built on shore. They took what they could, left the engines cold, planned to return in spring and salvage what remained. But then the ice shifted, and when they returned the next morning, the Baychimo was gone, not sunk, gone, vanished from view. They assumed the worst. But days later, an Inuit seal hunter arrived with news he'd seen the ship intact, floating 45 miles away, still encased in ice like a frozen monument, drifting quietly through the Arctic fog. The crew caught up with her again, but the ice was too unstable to retrieve her. Eventually, the Hudson's Bay Company gave up. They declared the Baychimo lost, but the ship wasn't finished. Over the next few years, she was spotted again and again and again. She became a legend, drifting with the currents, sometimes trapped in ice, sometimes gliding freely. 1932, a group of Inuit hunters saw her near Wainwright, Alaska. 1933, a group of explorers boarded her during a research trip. They found the cabins damaged by frost, but the cargo hold still intact. They left her undisturbed. 1935, a dog sled team encountered her stuck in pack ice. When they returned 3 weeks later, she had vanished once more. 1940, a Canadian fishing crew found her, boarded her, and took photos. Each time the ship was worse for wear, but never sunk, never capsized, always drifting, always alone. The Arctic called her the ghost ship of the North. She became a sailor's story, a cautionary tale, a steel skeleton that defied the elements, refused decay, and never asked for rescue. Some began to suspect she was cursed. How else does a vessel survive 40 winters in some of the most hostile seas on Earth? Remember, this wasn't a derelict yacht bobbing in a harbor. This was a steel cargo ship surviving 40-foot ice swells, sub-zero gales, and glacial collisions. Without a crew, without maintenance, without direction. She didn't rust away. She didn't break apart. She just kept going. Some believe the unique structure of her hull, a thick, riveted steel designed for icework, made her unnaturally resilient. Others whisper that something else guided her. She was seen as far north as Point Hope and as far south as the Bering Strait. Each time she was spotted, she'd be in a new location, sometimes miles from any known current, like she was following her own map. A few even claim she responded to nearby ships shifting slightly, turning with the current as if aware of their presence. In 1962, 31 years after her abandonment, a group of Alaskan villagers reported the Baychimo floating near the coast again. They boarded her briefly, still intact, still floating. No crew, no power, just wind and memory. That was the last confirmed sighting. But in 1969, a survey plane claimed to spot her embedded in sea ice near the Canadian Arctic archipelago. The ice was thick that year. No one could get close enough to verify. And then she disappeared again. The Canadian government finally took notice. In 2006, nearly 75 years after she was first left behind, the Alaska government announced a formal search for the Baychimo, a ghost ship that had floated alone for longer than most people live. They scanned the seabed, searched ice floes, reviewed satellite imagery. Nothing. She was gone. No wreckage, no debris, no transmission, no grave. Which brings us back to the real mystery. How did she survive so long? And what does it mean that we never found her? Even ships built for the Arctic have a shelf life. Metal fatigues. Seals crack. Hulls give way. But the Baychimo, she outlasted the company that built her, outlasted the men who sailed her. She became a myth with a steel skeleton. Some believe she finally sank in the 1970s, quietly slipping beneath the waves during one of the thawing summers. No ceremony, no witnesses. Others believe she's still out there, frozen in ice somewhere in the Northwest Passage, waiting for spring. Or perhaps she moved somewhere we can't track, a dead zone in the radar, a current outside the map, a place where steel never rusts and stories drift forever. The Baychimo wasn't cursed. She wasn't haunted. She was stubborn. And that might be even more frightening, because a ghost ship that drifts for a year is an anomaly. A ghost ship that drifts for 4 decades, that's persistence. That's a message. Some say she's the spirit of the Arctic itself, never docking, never dying. So if you're flying over the northern ice and you see a speck that doesn't belong, and your instruments twitch, and your compass flutters for just a second, look closer. You might just spot her rusted Regal riding low in the water, the ship that would not sink, still heading somewhere. Even if no one ever knew the way, you're a Coast Guard responder called to investigate a drifting yacht. The sea is calm. The call came from a passing cargo ship, something about a white sloop out of place. You approach carefully. Nothing seems wrong. No smoke, no broken mast. Just the faint creak of fiberglass and rope swaying in the gentle breeze. You call out. Nothing. So you climb aboard. The deck is clean. The lines are secured. The flag flutters on the stern. You step below. There's music playing. Not loud, just faint, a bit scratchy. Something classical. A kettle sits on the stove, cold now, but recently used. A book lies open on the galley table, pages curled from moisture. 2 mugs, a journal, sunglasses, a pair of sandals neatly placed beside the bunk. Everything says life was here. Everything except for life itself. This is what it means when a boat sails without a soul. There are more cases like this than anyone wants to admit. Boats found with sails, still rigged engines, fueled food fresh, but no crew. No damage. No foul weather. No distress signals. Nothing but the empty hum of a ship continuing without its people. Take the Belle Amica, discovered in 2006 off the coast of Sardinia. Local authorities were baffled. The sleek vessel drifted silently, no crew aboard. Inside, a half-eaten meal maps of North Africa and a pile of French literature. No registration, no identification. Eventually, a Luxembourg businessman claimed ownership. He said he'd simply left the ship to sail on autopilot, but the question remained, why leave everything behind? Why not log it? Why the meal? Why the atmosphere of a life interrupted? Then there was the Jianseng, a large ghost ship found adrift in the Gulf of Carpentaria in 2006. No crew, no name at first, no trace of where it had come from. Her fuel lines had been cut deliberately, but she showed no sign of damage. Inside were crates of rice, some electronics, and cooking utensils. The kind of supplies that indicate a long voyage, but for who? Investigators never found out. She was towed and scuttled, but her story remains blank. The MV Joyita is another, possibly the most chilling of them all. Discovered in 1955 in the South Pacific, the 70-foot yacht was partially submerged, listing heavily, yet still afloat, thanks to her cork-lined hull. The vessel had left Samoa weeks earlier, with 25 people aboard. When she was found, there were no people, no lifeboats, and all the clocks on board had stopped at the exact same time, 10:25. The radio was tuned to an emergency frequency. Medical supplies had been laid out in the cabin, including bloody bandages, but no bodies, no sign of violence, no known reason for abandonment. Most of the cargo was missing, but valuable equipment was untouched. Investigators speculated mutiny, storms, even pirates, but none of it explained the eerie precision of the clues, the surgical layout, the silence. One theorist later proposed something stranger, that the crew saw something they couldn't explain. That panic spread in eerie, unnatural waves. That fear itself was the contagion. But the most unnerving thing, the logs were gone. Every written record erased, like the ship was scrubbed, not by storm, but by intent. And then there's the Tamiya Maru number 11, discovered near the Philippines in 2003, a small fishing trawler. All gear intact, engines functional, fresh water still cold in the fridge. No crew, no blood, just empty boots and unrolled sleeping mats. She'd been missing for 10 days. Investigators noticed something odd. The ship was cleaner than it should have been. No algae, no mildew. It was as if she'd been kept ready. So where do these people go? The sea offers no trail. They don't wash up on shore. Their names don't appear in databases. No photos ever surface of them boarding other vessels. No one cashes in life insurance. No one ever calls home. They just step off the page. Some say it's human error. People fall overboard. Crew fights lead to chaos. One leaves, the others follow. But the conditions argue against that. In many cases, the weather was calm. The boats stable. The food warm. This wasn't desperation. It was interruption. What kind of interruption takes everyone, leaves no damage, and never lets a single piece of them return? A wave can sweep someone away. It doesn't fold clothes, play music, or tune a radio to a classical station. One crew that investigated a similar vessel off the Chilean coast reported opening the galley fridge to find a birthday cake. Decorated, untouched, candles in place, the name piped in frosting, Lucia. No one on record, no one in the boat's manifest, and in the ship's log, one final note, just a sentence. She said it was time. She who, a name, a metaphor, a voice, or something else. In 2019, a sailboat was recovered near Bermuda adrift. The boat was registered to a couple from Massachusetts. They'd been honeymooning. The husband's body was later found 40 miles south, tangled in kelp bloated beyond recognition. The wife was never found, but in the boat's cabin, written on the wall in pencil, "I went where he couldn't follow." No explanation, just that. She had food, supplies, a radio, and still she left. So maybe we need to look at these not as accidents, but as invitations. Not random disasters, but decisions. Something someone makes them leave, or maybe makes them feel they have to. We're so focused on the mechanics, the facts, the breadcrumbs. We forget the sea is not just water. It's pressure, it's noise, it's distance. And isolation can make strange ideas feel reasonable, even necessary. You're alone. The ocean hums, the radio hisses, and something tells you, quietly, gently, step off. Maybe it doesn't feel like suicide. Maybe it feels like permission, or purpose, or peace. And when it happens, the ship remains. Like a postcard, from the moment before, the mind unhooks from the body. The kettle cools, the music plays, the sandals sit quietly beside the bed. And we, the ones who find them later, are left only with questions. No crime, no wreck, just absence neatly arranged. So next time you find yourself drifting past an unmanned boat flawless as a showroom model, remember someone lived there, right, until the moment they didn't. And somewhere in that moment is a decision we'll never understand. Because some people die screaming, some people die fighting, but some, they simply walk away without a soul. You expect ghost ships to drift in from the horizon. Tattered sails, salt-bleached decks, empty except for echoes. You don't expect them to dock. You don't expect them to tie up engines still ticking with warmth and then sit quietly while no one steps off. But it's happened. More than once, a ship pulls into harbor. Lines are secured. The customs officer waits. But the crew, gone. Not at sea. Not in a storm. Just not there. Take the MV Lyubov Orlova, a Soviet-built cruise liner launched in 1976. She was never glamorous. Designed to tour the icy coastlines of Antarctica and Greenland, she was built tough, reinforced for ice sturdy and rough seas, and intended to hold dozens of passengers and crew. But by the early 2000s, the Lyubov Orlova had fallen on hard times. Decommissioned, then sold, then resold. She ended up moored in Newfoundland, Canada, waiting for a buyer to haul her off for scrap. And in 2013, she finally left port towed toward the Dominican Republic to be dismantled, except she never arrived. The tow line broke in rough seas. The ship drifted. Canada's Coast Guard decided she was no longer their responsibility. She floated into international waters, then radio silence. Weeks later, a signal was picked up. The Lyubov Orlova's emergency beacon had been activated, meaning she was flooding or sinking. Search planes flew out, found nothing. Then another beacon. Then nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no confirmation. The ship, huge 300 feet long, 5,000 tons of steel, was never seen again. But that was after she left port. Strange, yes. But what if we go stranger? What if a ship docks and the crew disappears afterward? That's what happened in a case from 1948 in the port of Naples. A freighter, freshly painted and flying the flag of Liberia, arrived mid-morning, radioed in. Normal communications. Dock workers prepared to receive her. But when the boarding team climbed aboard, no one, not one person. The ship was perfectly arranged. The wheelhouse showed a logged entry from less than an hour earlier. The galley had warm food, coffee still steaming in mugs, lights on, engines cooling. All lifeboats were accounted for. No sign of violence, no forced exit. Just gone. The ship was quarantined. Investigators combed through every inch. No stowaways, no blood, no logs past 9:17 a.m. The last note, pilot boat approaching. Will prepare crew for disembarkation. And that was it. They never did. And no one has ever explained how an entire freighter crew, over 20 men, could vanish after the ship had docked. Theories. They're plentiful. Some say secret smuggling op gone wrong. The crew disembarked in disguise, hiding from law enforcement, but the ship had no suspicious cargo, no signs of a hidden hold, no black market logs. Others claimed disease, panic, but all the food was fresh. No medical kits used, no gas or chemical leaks detected, and a few suggest the ship wasn't supposed to dock at all, that it was on autopilot, that it had drifted in under momentum and tides. But the logs said otherwise. So did the mooring. It was perfectly tied. That requires hands, skill. Someone had been aboard, and then somehow they weren't. Then there's the case of the Tanomi, a Japanese research vessel scheduled to arrive at a private dock in Okinawa in 1974. She was overdue by 12 hours. Then just after midnight, she glided in engines off, but navigation lights still blinking. The dock crew was confused. No radio contact. No one on deck. They called out. No answer. They boarded and found the following. Engines shut down manually. Navigation systems still on standby. Dinner set out on trays in the mess. 2 cabins freshly made. A tape deck playing ocean sounds on loop, but again no people. A team of divers checked beneath the hull. Nothing. The ship's logs noted their last contact as occurring 18 nautical miles offshore. No mention of trouble, no storm, and no sign of forced departure. The Tanomi was impounded, investigated, and quietly sold years later. Its origin scrubbed, its history rewritten. Because who wants to buy a ship? No one stepped off. Who wants to own that silence? Then there are the abandonments that feel choreographed. In 1992, a ferry boat called the Uraba Princess docked at a small port in Panama. Empty. Not unusual for an off-hour delivery, except the engine was still running. Its main switchboard was locked in the on position. The galley freezer was packed with meat. The shower was still warm, and one deckhand's boots were found in the engine room, still laced, standing neatly beside a maintenance panel, as if he had just stepped out of them. But no one ever claimed the vessel. No one came to collect pay. No bodies were found, and the ferry itself eventually reclaimed by authorities and sold for scrap. They never figured out where it came from or where the people had gone. It's one thing to imagine being lost at sea. Waves wind panic. But to arrive, to dock, to bring your ship to harbor, complete the journey, and then disappear, that defies every seafaring rule. Because ports are safety. Ports are the end of the line. They're where you tie up, step off, tell stories, drink too much rum, and call home. They're not supposed to be part of the mystery. And maybe that's what makes these disappearances so unnerving. Because when the sea takes someone mid-voyage, it's the ocean being itself. But when it lets the ship go and keeps the crew, that's personal. That's deliberate. Some researchers think hallucination is involved. Gas leaks, carbon monoxide, shared delusions. But no evidence supports this. And what explains the warm coffee, the fresh bread, the perfectly coiled lines, the neatly stowed logs? Not chaos, not madness, but preparation, as if the crew knew they were leaving, but not for sure. Maybe they saw something, heard something, were called, and when they left, they didn't slam doors. They cleaned up, made beds, set coffee to brew, and stepped off. Into what? That's the question. That's the part no logbook captures. Because it didn't happen at sea. It happened in port, right where they should have been safe. And maybe that's why these stories linger more than most. Not because of how they end, but because of how they should have ended and didn't. So, if you ever walk a pier at night and see a boat rocking gently with its lights on and no one stepping out, no voices, no movement, just a whiff of tea and the faint click of a cooling engine, don't get too close. Don't step aboard, because the crew may have left, but maybe they didn't leave everything behind. And maybe they're still watching. At first it's just quiet, not the peaceful kind. No gentle clink of lines against mast, no chatter of gulls. Not even the constant, ever-present background hum of the sea. Just absence. A hollow sort of silence that doesn't soothe, but swallows. You board the vessel, and the world seems to muffle. The air is thick. Your own footsteps feel distant, like you're walking underwater. Your radio previously crackling with check-ins, and static goes dead the moment you cross the threshold. Testing 1, 2. Nothing. You're not out of range. You're in something else. Something that silences everything it doesn't want to hear. Some call it radio silence. Others call it hull hush. But the most experienced sailors just nod quietly and say, "She's listening now." Because some ships, especially the ones found drifting, aren't just quiet. They feel aware. Let's begin with a forgotten one. The SS Watertown. In 1924, this oil tanker was sailing through the Pacific when 2 crewmen died in an accidental gas leak below deck. As per maritime tradition, their bodies were buried at sea. The next day, the lookout saw their faces clear as day floating in the water following the ship. He called others. The captain saw it. The engineer saw it. Photos were taken. When developed, the faces were still there, staring up, watching. After that, the ship was quiet. Too quiet. The engine thudded on, but the crew reported feeling watched. Footsteps echoed in empty corridors. Tools disappeared, only to be found laid out neatly by the hatch, and no radio call went further than a mile. They called it interference, but it didn't behave like interference. It behaved like attention. Fast forward to 1973. The Gerda, a research vessel off the coast of Norway, was sent to investigate seismic activity. The crew deployed sonar equipment and began logging unusual undersea formations. But something went wrong. As they entered the area, the ship's communications failed. GPS blinked out. Even internal headsets cut off, reduced to a soft clicking. Then came the sound, a low rhythmic tone from the hull, like tapping. From inside, the engineers pulled up the hydrophones. Nothing wrong. They replaced every fuse. Still the tapping. Always the same rhythm. 6 taps. A pause. 6 more. One crew member knocked back. It stopped. The Gerda returned to port 2 days early. No official statement was issued, but half the crew refused to board her again. One wrote anonymously, "It wasn't noise. It was waiting." The whole ship felt like it was holding its breath. And when we left, it felt like it let us go. And sometimes, it's not just sound that vanishes. Sometimes it's voice. In 1989, the Eleanor Trask, a cargo freighter traveling between Cape Verde and Brazil, was discovered off-course sailing in circles. No response to hails. She was intercepted. Engines running. Navigation locked into a loop. And the VHF radio, still active, still transmitting. Except when the boarding team tried to use it, they found only silence, until one of them heard it. Not through the radio, but beneath it. From the paneling, a voice, muffled, not words exactly, not a language, but a low distant tone that seemed to rise from inside the hull itself. The ship was towed in, inspected, Every comm system tested clean, but no one stayed aboard overnight. And when the salvage team returned 3 days later, the panel that had hummed before was cold and cracked, neatly split from the inside out. Another ship, another silence, another place where sound went to disappear. But this isn't just legend. It's physics too. Ship hulls, especially older steel ones, resonate. They carry vibration. They conduct sound in strange ways. A whisper on one side can echo on the other. A footstep above might sound like tapping from below. But even accounting for that, the anomalies persist. In 2011, the Mary Belle, a decommissioned cruise ship turned private yacht, reported full radio blackout for 36 hours. When docked and inspected, her systems were all functional, but her logbook had something strange. Written in the engineer's handwriting, engine room breathing, and beneath that another line, in different ink, unknown pen, no name attached. Let her sleep. That's the part no one could explain. No one admitted writing it. The ink didn't match anything aboard. And then, even stranger, the ship was sold. 3 years later, it returned to port. No record of who sailed her. No crew registered. Just a ghostly arrival and docking with perfect precision. When inspectors came aboard, they found a single journal on the captain's table. The first page said, "Still listening." Then blank pages, hundreds of them, all crisp, all untouched. The ship was impounded, but later disappeared from record. Not sold, not scrapped, just removed. Some believe sound itself is part of these ghost ship stories, that it's not just what we don't hear, it's what's taken from us. Voices lost, calls never received, tapping that never echoes back. And always, the silence grows thicker the longer you stay. Radio waves die in the air, speech feels swallowed, and somewhere, just beneath the steel or wood or rusted aluminum, there's the sense that something is pressed close, ear to the inside, listening, but never responding. Or maybe it does. Maybe the flicker in the engine isn't a fault, it's a shiver. Maybe the failed hail isn't a glitch, it's a refusal. Maybe silence in these moments isn't absence, it's presence, too full to allow anything else in. And once you realize that, once you understand, you've stepped inside something that hears, that waits, that remembers. You won't try to speak again. You'll be afraid it might answer, or worse, repeat your voice back to you, slightly changed, slightly wrong. So, next time you board a vessel at sea, and the radio flickers out, and your own words sound like they're being pulled away, don't tap back, don't knock the hull, and above all, don't whisper your name, because something might be listening, and some ships don't echo, they respond. You spot it just as the fog rolls in. A tall ship, black hull, triple masts, sails slack in the mist. No flag, no lights. Just sitting there, maybe a few hundred yards off your bow, still as a painting. At first you think you're lucky, another vessel. Maybe a fishing trawler. Maybe a historic replica out on a cruise. The fog distorts distance you reach for binoculars, adjust the focus. There it is, clear as day. Then you look up, and it's gone. You lower the binoculars. Nothing. The sea is empty. Welcome to one of the strangest shared experiences of seasoned sailor ships seen in fog that were never actually there. They aren't illusions, not in the way mirages shimmer in heat. These vessels move. They cast shadows. Sometimes, they even seem to change course. They behave like real ships until they vanish. And it's not just one or two incidents. It's a category. For centuries, mariners have documented encounters with phantom vessels. And again, the same elements appear, hidden unnatural fog. A ship where none should be. A feeling of being watched. Then, disappearance. Let's start with the HMS Dauntless. Not the fictional one from pirate films, the real one. She was a British ship, built in the 1800s, famed for speed and precision. Except in 1883, she was spotted twice on the same day off the coast of South Africa, decades after her recorded sinking. 2 ships logged her presence. One attempted to hail her. The reply: a single flash of light from her highest mast. And then she vanished into the fog. Both captains logged the event. Their positions were over 80 miles apart, and both described the same light, the same black sails, the same eerie silence. Coincidence? Perhaps. But this wouldn't be the last time that fog and vanishing ships would be paired. In 1937, the Veritas, a Norwegian trawler, reported being shadowed in fog by a ship twice her size. She tried to steer away. The larger vessel maintained distance, no sound, no radio. Suddenly the fog thinned, and the ship was gone. Just sea, flat and gray. The Veritas captain later swore he saw crew members on the deck of the mystery ship, faces blurred but watching. Then there's the Isle Anne, a pleasure cruiser that reported a sighting in 1974 while crossing the English Channel. A fog rolled in fast, then a sound, low musical, like wind through broken glass, and a ship emerged, polished wood, brass fittings, mast too tall for the current age. The figurehead was carved to resemble a woman, with her mouth open, not screaming, but singing. As the Isle Anne altered course to avoid collision, the strange ship seemed to do the same, moving in perfect synchronicity. And then, not a crash, not a fade, just a blink. The sea was empty. Their radar had registered nothing, but everyone on board had seen it. Even the cook, especially the cook. He'd been outside feeding gulls, and said the other ship smiled at me. Smiled. Impossible. But he never changed his story. It's not only ships that disappear. Sometimes they reappear. In 2001, a cargo freighter in the Caribbean reported passing a schooner that looked decades out of date. Barnacle encrusted, paint peeling, but sailing steadily. They tried to hail her. No response. The captain noted coordinates, wrote it off as an old vessel still in service. 6 months later, that same schooner was found wrecked on the coast of Cuba. Skeletonized remains aboard, but dental records matched one crew member lost at sea in 1979. How did a ship vanish sail for over 20 years, then reappear and crash? No one knows. A maritime historian, when pressed for a comment, said, "We like to think ships obey physics, but sometimes the ocean obeys memory more than time. And always the fog. The fog arrives first. And always strangely, too fast, too thick, rising in clear skies. No wind. In 1995, the Zephyr Bell, a ferry in British Columbia, passed through a wall of fog so dense it blocked out sun GPS and radio all at once. Then silence. Passengers on board reported seeing another ship alongside. Very close. Too close. One man claimed it scraped their hull, except there was no damage. When they emerged from the fog, no other vessel was near. Radar showed nothing. But the captain's log still recorded unknown ship passed on starboard. Tall rig, all black. No sound. Fog lifts, ship gone. Passengers shaken. Later, a photograph surfaced taken by a tourist on board the ferry. It showed a blurry shape in the fog, tall and sharp. Masts, but where the sails should have been, nothing. Just negative space, like the fog refused to reveal it all. Some scientists argue these sightings are the result of fata morgana, an optical illusion caused by layers of warm and cold air refracting light. This can indeed make ships appear taller, distorted floating. But that doesn't explain movement. It doesn't explain radar silence. It doesn't explain sound. And it definitely doesn't explain why the same ships are seen again, over decades, from different angles, by different people. Some speculate a time slip, an atmospheric glitch that allows brief overlaps. One ship sees another, not from the present, but the past. That in that moment, two realities intersect briefly before diverging again. But then what do you say to the captains who say they were seen back? One ferry pilot swore a crewman on a mystery ship raised a lantern in greeting, and he looked confused, as if we were the ghost ship. What if both crews saw something they couldn't explain? What if we're all someone else's ghost? The sea is wide, time is thin, fog is patient, and when it closes around you, maybe you get a peek into another page of the story. A ship that never sank, a ship that never returned, or one that never existed, except in this sliver of fog. So if you're sailing and the mist thickens too quickly, and a mast appears where none should be, and you think, I should call this in wait, because if it vanishes before your eyes, don't be surprised. And if it doesn't vanish, that's when you worry, because the ships that disappear are strange enough. But the ones that don't, the ones that draw closer, those are the ones that come with questions. And they're always the kind that don't want answers. It's one thing when a ship goes missing, another when an entire crew disappears. But perhaps the strangest, most unsettling vanishings of all are the ones where just one person is gone. The rest of the ship, perfect, stable, crew intact, no storm, no foul play. Just one person, there and then not. It's the kind of event that fractures trust on board, that haunts logbooks, that creates whispers in the mess hall. Because everyone else has to keep working with that one empty chair staring them down. These aren't myths. They're documented, verified, and they raise the kind of questions no compass can point you through. Start with the SS Noreen Mary, a cargo ship that left port in 1949 with a crew of 21. 4 days into the journey, one of the deckhands, James McLeod, was last seen coiling rope after a routine inspection. His crewmate turned away for 10 seconds. 10. When he looked back, James was gone. The deck was dry. No splash was heard. No alarms triggered. He was simply no longer there. A full search was conducted bow to stern. The ocean around the ship was calm like glass. They turned the ship around, circled back. Nothing. The logbook reads, Crewman McLeod missing. No known cause. The ship continued. The log doesn't say if anyone ever stood in that corner again. It happens on cruise ships too. Between 2000 and 2020, over 300 people reportedly went overboard from cruise liners. Not always at night, not always intoxicated. Some were captured on camera mid-conversation and then gone. But what's stranger is when they vanish on board. In 2011, Rebecca Coriam, a British crew member working aboard the Disney Wonder, was last seen at 5:45 a.m. on CCTV talking on a phone. She appeared agitated, then walked off camera. She never showed up for her shift. She never left the ship. Her keycard was never used again. Her belongings were found in her cabin clothes neatly folded, sandals by the bed. The ship conducted an internal search. The FBI got involved. But no one could explain how a person could vanish from a secure vessel with cameras, staff, and thousands of guests in open seas without a trace. She wasn't depressed. She wasn't alone, and yet she was gone. The ship continued its route. The passengers sipped cocktails, but somewhere behind closed doors, the crew whispered the ship took her. In older times, such disappearances were blamed on the rule of one. An old superstition. Sailors believed that for every voyage, the sea would take someone. Just one. Not always the weakest, not always the newest, but someone. And if the ocean didn't take them directly, then madness might, or silence, or something beneath the waves. They called it a settling, like paying a toll. You don't question it. You just mark the date, say the name once, and sail on. In 1897, the USS Cyclops, a coal transport ship with 306 men aboard, vanished without sending a distress signal. But 10 days prior, a machinist mate named Albert Downing disappeared from the galley. Vanished mid-breakfast. His friends assumed he went to the head, but he never came back. No one saw him leave the mess. The log noted absent without cause. Then 10 days later, the entire ship was gone. Some say he was the warning. The first step, that when the sea takes one, it's not always finished. Then there are the dive ships, smaller vessels that ferry researchers, tourists, or explorers to coral reefs and wrecks. And every few years one reports this. All divers returned except one. Sometimes it's negligence, sometimes it's currents, but sometimes the diver was the most experienced of them all. Like in the case of Thomas Hale, a marine biologist and seasoned diver who vanished during a calm day excursion off the coast of Palau in 2006. The team surfaced. The count was off. They returned to the dive spot. Visibility was perfect. No air tank, no bubbles, no shadows below. His dive computer never pinged again. But on the deck of the dive boat, his logbook was found open. A single word scrawled in the margin: calling. No explanation, no evidence he wrote it. No one remembered seeing him open the book, just the word, and then the absence. And it's not always at sea. Sometimes it's docked ships. Ships being loaded, cleaned, inspected. A dock worker steps aboard to check inventory, never steps off. Security footage shows nothing. Manifests get signed with his name later in the day, but he's never seen again. Ships don't even notice they've taken someone. They just carry on, like nothing's happened. And that's maybe the creepiest part, that the ship keeps moving. The crew adapts, schedules resume. There's an odd hole where someone used to sit, but over time, it's filled with boxes, new ropes, a clipboard. Life doesn't pause for the missing. And that silence, that casual resumption, it's worse than any scream. So what's happening? Theories vary. Hidden currents that pull a person under without a sound. Mental breaks causing someone to step off the deck, convinced they can fly or swim to shore. Abductions by force or something stranger. But then there are the oddities that don't fit. The personal item found locked from the inside. The message left on the mirror, "I'm not gone, just elsewhere." The maintenance log, edited with initials that haven't belonged to anyone alive for 100 years. What if the ship itself plays a role? Not as a villain, not even as an entity, but as a place, a doorway, like certain spots in old houses where the floorboards feel thin, where you swear the room breathes a little. Maybe ships have spots like that, places where the sea leans in, and if you step there alone, thinking too deeply, listening too closely, it takes one, just enough to satisfy the silence. So, next time you're aboard a vessel and your coworker says, "Be right back," and they don't return, don't assume it's a break. Wait, watch. And if the air grows still and the deck feels different and your radio hisses faintly before dying completely, say their name once, mark the date, and keep sailing, because the rule of one is older than you. And the sea remembers. You want an answer? Of course you do. 30 sections of ghost ships lost crews, impossible lights, silent radios, and eerie vessels found drifting in perfect condition, and still that tug in your chest. But what really happened? The truth, the sea doesn't owe us closure. It never has. The ocean, is not a riddle designed for us to solve. It isn't a murder mystery with a satisfying final page. It's not trying to hide something. It just is what it's always been: massive, ancient, and indifferent. And that might be the most terrifying truth of all, because every time a ship disappears without distress, or a sailor vanishes mid-step, or a boat drifts ashore with coffee still warm and no one on deck, we want to file it somewhere. Piracy, panic, equipment failure, human error. But those labels don't fit neatly. Not on the Kaz II, not on the High Aim 6, not on the Mary Celeste, or the Baychimo, or the ferry that docked itself without a soul on board. They're placeholders, placebos, little signs we tack onto vast open mysteries to feel less small. But the sea doesn't care what we call things. It doesn't need you to believe in ghosts, or curses, or sea monsters, or reality glitches. It doesn't flinch when you say mass hallucination. It doesn't protest when you call it all coincidence. It just keeps doing what it does, taking, and sometimes, only sometimes, returning. And what it does return is never whole. It's the silence, the meals left unfinished, the sandals by the bed, the lifeboat missing, the final logbook entry stopping mid-word. It's the warm engine of a boat no one should have been able to steer. It's the emergency beacon that turns itself off. It's the radar blip that fades the moment you look closer. And maybe that's the message. Not a mystery to be solved, but a rhythm to be respected. Because for all our satellites and sonar and AI-assisted tracking ships still vanish, radios still pick up voices that shouldn't exist. Planes still fall off radar and are never found again. Weather behaves in ways that data can't model. And fog, thick, sudden, deliberate, still blankets the sea like a warning you can't read. Maybe it's not supernatural. Maybe it's just bigger than us, older than language, more patient. Then we are clever. And when something slips through something strange or beautiful, or terrifying, we call it a ghost, because we don't have a better word. But maybe that's not what it is. Maybe it's not a ghost at all. Maybe it's us, a reflection of our fear, our awe, our refusal to admit that some things don't need us to understand them in order to be true. The sea doesn't whisper answers. It tells stories in shapes and shadows and half-finished notes. And it lets us decide if we want to believe them. But one thing is certain: every ship we followed in this story, every vessel that drifted out of time or slipped its crew off into some other dimension of silence, was once as ordinary as anything. Ordinary men, ordinary missions, ordinary mornings, with the sun rising over calm water. And then something shifted, something quiet, something that changed everything. And maybe it wasn't evil. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. Maybe it was just the ocean being itself. Because the sea doesn't do drama. It does indifference. It does slow vanishing. It does mystery wrapped in soft waves and long silence. So, if you've ever stared too long at the horizon and felt the pull, not fear exactly, but curiosity, then maybe you understand it too. That strange urge to go further, to keep sailing, to see what the fog is hiding just out of sight. And if you do, if you ever find yourself at sea, standing on the deck of a ship that shouldn't still be afloat, or watching a radio flicker when no one's speaking or hearing, tapping from below with no one below decks, don't panic. Don't run. Don't try to explain it. Just listen. Because some mysteries aren't puzzles. They're invitations to wonder, to respect, to remember. The sea doesn't care what we believe, but it knows we're listening. And sometimes that's enough. The sea breathes slower than we do. Its stories don't end neatly. They drift, they circle back, they vanish, and sometimes, if we're lucky, or unlucky, they resurface. Over the last hours, you've sailed alongside ghost ships with torn sails and none. You've stood on decks still warm from hands that disappeared. You've heard static from radios that shouldn't transmit and seen lights where no ships belong. You've felt the absence-wide echoing left behind when a crew simply steps away. Not every ship that vanishes is lost. Some sail on past explanation into something colder and older than we can imagine. And not every silence is empty. Some of them hum. Some of them listen. We've traveled through thick fog and calm waters through the Bermuda Triangle and into radar shadows, into lifeboats that never return, and stories that end mid-sentence. We don't have the answers. And that's the point. The ocean doesn't reward neat conclusions. It offers you a mystery and leaves the rest up to your imagination. That's not cruelty, it's its language. One we're only just beginning to understand. So when you next stand at the edge of a dock or watch the horizon turn silver in early morning light, remember the ghost ships, the missing men, the empty cabins with music still playing. And if the water calls to you, wait a moment. Let the silence speak first. Thank you for drifting with me through the deep tonight. If you're still awake, leave a little light on for the next sailor. Or maybe just let it go dark. Sleep easy now, and let the tide carry your dreams out to somewhere just beyond the map.